Thank you. Good morning. Happy Tuesday, a happy rainy day. We are going to begin the meeting with a roll call.
Supervisor Cano,
Here.
Supervisor Christie,
Here.
Supervisor Hines,
Present.
Supervisor Scott,
Here.
Chair Allen.
Here.
Let the record reflect all board members are present.
We are going to move on to the Pledge of Allegiance, and I believe we've got Matthew Stamp and Arthava Bowman to lead us.
Sorry, here. Ready?
Yeah.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you both. So Matthew, if you don't mind introducing yourself, and Arthava as well, and tell us a little bit about that impressive trophy that you have.
Chair Allen, members of the board, honored to be here today. Thank you so much for all the support you give our office. My name is Matt Stamp. I'm the Communications and Elections Director for the Pima County School Superintendent's Office, and I have a special guest with us today. This weekend, we had our 2026 Pima County Spelling Bee. 42 of the best spellers in Pima County competed, and we have our champion here with us, Atharva Bowman, fourth grader from Legacy Traditional School, Northwest Tucson.
My name is Atharva Bowman, and I'm in fourth grade. I won the Pima County Spelling Bee.
And if I may ask, what was the winning word?
Dismal.
Dismal.
Yeah.
All right. Can you use it in a sentence?
Thank goodness it wasn't potato.
Thank you so much for having us. Atharva will go on to represent Pima County at the State Spelling Bee on March 21st in Phoenix, along with the runner-up, Bryant Banshoff from Marana Middle School. And we're very proud of our students. Thank you so much.
Thank you and good luck. And to read our land acknowledgement this morning, we have Meheria Habibi with the International Rescue Committee.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Pasquayaki tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive towards building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And would you like to tell us a little bit about what is happening on the IRC front?
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you for giving me the honor to read the land acknowledgement. First of all, I want to begin by expressing our sincere gratitude for your support and for listening closely to the needs of our community here in Pima County, and for approving the Pima County Crisis Grant. Your responsiveness and partnership allowed nonprofit organizations such as ours to act quickly and provide critical support for families during a time of urgent need. On behalf of IRC, I also want to thank you for meeting with us over the past several months to hear directly about how our Pima County residents, specifically refugees, have been impacted by policies currently. These are residents of Pima County who are facing deep uncertainty and fear. These individuals are refugees who fled war, violence, and persecution. Many carry the trauma of what they have experienced and the loss of the loved ones. They came to the United States through lawful pathways established under the Refugee Act of 1980. This program has bipartisan support and reflects our nation's longstanding promise to provide refuge to those fleeing persecution. Since November 2025, in partnership with local refugee-serving organizations, the City of Tucson, and the Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona, we have held 8 emergency food distributions at the IRC. Through these events, we were able to provide assistance to over 1,221 households, representing 6,329 individuals. I want to mention that many of these households, of course, have returned more than once, highlighting the ongoing hardship families are facing right now and the importance of the sustained support. The assistance has provided more than food. It has provided stability, reassurance, and a sense of safety for families working hard to rebuild their lives here in Pima County. At the same time, the need is growing. Recent events across the country, which many of you might have seen, including the detention of lawfully present refugees in Minneapolis and their transfer to Texas, have created widespread fear among families here in Pima County as well. In addition, there is ongoing concern about the re-review of refugees that were admitted during the Biden era. In Pima County alone, this impacts over 3,600 men, women, and children. As a result, we're seeing increased demand for information sessions, legal services, mental health support, and basic needs assistance, including employment. Families are seeking stability and clarity. Your investment has allowed us to respond to urgent needs and reaffirm Pima County's support for these families. So we really are grateful for your partnership and for your support for these families during these urgent needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work you do. We'll now move to current events or public acknowledgements from my colleagues.
Chair Allen,
Supervisor Kano.
thank you for the opportunity to give some updates from District 5. Good morning, everyone. I just want to thank so many of our county staff who have participated in District 5's Love of Lectura. This is an author series that is now nearing its end. April 2nd will be our last Love of Lectura. We've brought 4 local authors to an exciting venue, and our final one will be with someone pretty dynamic, but last week was Dr. David Yetman, former District 5 County Supervisor. Many of you have seen Dr. Yetman on PBS. Had a great conversation, and everybody left with a book. Coming to the Pima County Courthouse in April will be Dr. Lydia Otero. Many of you know Dr. Otero and the incredible work that they have done, focusing on gentrification and urban displacement throughout our urban core. Dr. Otero has a new book called Maria Cordova's Casa, and looking forward to celebrating that. So we'll be releasing tickets in just a few weeks. They are free thanks to our generous community sponsors, and just wanted to acknowledge the incredible role that county staff have played in it, our communications team especially, and of course our library district. Our librarians have been at every event, and I'm super grateful for that. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Well, I will just take a moment to acknowledge the loss of the Reverend Jesse Jackson this morning, who's been a tremendous leader and legacy in the civil rights movement, from leadership around the creation of the Rainbow Push Coalition, and just genuinely bringing people together to further equity and justice in our community. Had the privilege of meeting him a couple times, sometimes just in elevators, but I think it's a loss for our country, but a reminder of the work still ahead. To that end, I also want to thank the HR department for convening the Black History Month celebration amongst Pima County and internally Pima County staff on the 19th at 9 a.m. And to thank HR for continuing to acknowledge the diversity of who we are as employees, as a county, and organizing events to celebrate that. That's all I have.
Sure.
Supervisor Scott.
Sorry, your announcement caused me to remember something that is going to be occurring tomorrow in conjunction with Black History Month. The District 1 office is proud to be one of the sponsors of an event that is being conducted by the African American Museum of Southern Arizona. It'll be at Palo Verde High School, and the featured speaker will be former NFL coach Tony Dungy. Coach Dungy was the first African American coach to win a Super Bowl, and he has also established himself as a renowned motivational speaker, and we're very proud to sponsor the event. I know that the county administrator has also helped to sponsor the event, and we're looking forward to welcoming Coach Dungy to Tucson and Pima County.
With that, we will move over to agenda adjustments.
On page 5, item 22 and item 23, Conservation Lands and Resources, Sunzia Transmission LLC and El Rio Sol Transmission LLC. And page 6, item 30 and item 31, for El Rio Transmission and Sunzia Transmission, the county administrator requests these items be withdrawn from the agenda. Page 5, item 24, Finance and Risk Management, Budget Remediation Plan Update. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m.
I was also going to request that we move addendum item 5 and 6. It's 2 resolutions to following call to the public. All right. Well, then we'll move on to regular agenda item number 6, which is a presentation of a proclamation to Elizabeth Slater, CEO, Katie Maxwell, Board President, and Vida Rodriguez, Program Graduate of Youth on Their Own. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Scott. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Item passes 5-0. Supervisor Scott, would you like to present?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Katie, happy to. All right. Whereas Youth on Their Own is a dropout prevention program that supports the high school graduation and continued success of youth experiencing homelessness in Pima County. And whereas the organization was founded in 1986 when Ann Young, a guidance counselor in the Amphitheater School District, noticed that talented and motivated students were dropping out of school due to homelessness and being forced to live on their own without a parent or guardian. And whereas the Youth on Their Own program provides support to youth experiencing homelessness in 3 main ways: financial assistance, basic needs items, and guidance. And by focusing on these aspects, Youth on Their Own provides youth with the stability and support they need to pursue and achieve their high school graduation. And whereas Youth on Their Own serves as a critical safety net for Pima County's most vulnerable youth, and its holistic approach, combining financial assistance, basic needs support, and personalized guidance, has proven effective in breaking the cycle of homelessness and empowering young people to build stable, successful futures. And whereas Youth on Their Own has grown from serving a few students at Amphitheater High School to supporting approximately 1,500 youth annually across Pima County with an estimated 20,000 participants over 4 decades, and an impact on the community that has been both significant and far-reaching. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims Sunday, February 1, 2026, to be Youth on Their Own Day in Pima County, in recognition of 40 years of Youth on Their Own in Pima County and its continued commitment to ensuring that every youth in Pima County has the opportunity to graduate high school and thrive. Congratulations. I want us to hear from our guests representing Youth on Their Own, but wanted to share with you that I've been aware of their work for a long time. First became aware of it when I was the principal of a Midtown high school that had a significant number of Youth on Their Own students. In fact, at one point we were told that 11% of all of the Youth on Their Own students in Pima County were on our campus. And I can also attest to the work of the school liaisons in terms of not only making sure that the students get the resources and support and guidance that they need, but that they are held accountable. They have to do grade checks all the time to make sure that they are maintaining the academic performance expected of Youth on Their Own participants. So who wants to talk? You can all talk if you want. Okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Elizabeth Slater, the CEO of Youth on Their Own, and Vita Rodriguez is a graduate of our program, and this is Katie Maxwell, our board president. And it's such an honor to do this work. I really wanted to take a moment to thank Supervisor Scott and also the entire county, who've been wonderful partners for us and really enabled us to grow our impact countywide through all the schools in our county. Over 100 schools have Youth on Their Own students attending the school. And we're thrilled to announce that last year our graduation rate for Yoto seniors was 89%, which is incredibly high for youth experiencing homelessness. And we're just going to keep doing this work. We're proud to hit the milestone of 40 years, and we look forward to continuing to support and serve this community. And thank you all for your support of us.
All right. Vita is someone who I have seen being recognized and honored at a number of events, so not surprised that you're here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I totally did not write anything up for this event and did not expect to speak. But definitely Youth on Their Own, I credit this organization for just all of my success and for having a future in the first place. I was definitely a youth that was facing a lot of barriers and just the average young person that you see at the bus stop all the time or just hanging out at the Randstad or just downtown. But definitely I had the guidance and support and the basic needs and just everything, the stipend, everything just made me who I am today. It gave me that support and stability that I did not know existed out there. And definitely if you can support in any way, just sharing stories, supporting, coming and checking out our new building, anything like that would be amazing. And just thank you to Pima County Board of Supervisors for this opportunity.
Thank you, Vita. And beyond this resolution, as my colleagues know, the board has long supported through the outside agencies process the stipends that help to support students like Vita and lead to that exceptional graduation rate. You bet.
Moving to item number 7, we have a presentation of a proclamation to Celeste Lupu and Joseph Rogers, founders of Dancing in the Streets, proclaiming the day of February 7th, 2026 to be Dancing in the Streets Arizona Day in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes 4-0 with Supervisor Hines absent? Not present. Supervisor Scott?
So, Chair Allen, you might remember at our February 3rd meeting, we had Ms. Lupu and Mr. Rogers with us they spoke to the board at that time. I acknowledge that because of a miscommunication that occurred within our office, that we didn't have the proclamation that you see on the agenda today ready to present that day. But we certainly will make sure that the proclamation, the frame version, gets to Ms. Lupu and Mr. Rogers, and we hope that their event on the 7th went well. Thank you, ma'am.
And now we are going to jump to addendum item number 1, which is a presentation of a proclamation to Crystal Moore, President and CEO, Russ Stone, Operations Manager, and Hillary Van Allsburg, Board Chair of the Downtown Tucson Partnership, proclaiming the month of February to be Downtown Tucson Partnership Appreciation Month.
Chair Allen, I'll move the item.
Seconded by Supervisor Cano, or I will second the item. Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? So it passes 4-0. Supervisor Hines, not present. Supervisor Cano.
Thank you, and we invite our guests from the Downtown Tucson Partnership to join us. Well, I'm so excited for this proclamation, and I'm going to read the proclamation and say a few remarks and pass it over to Crystal Moore. Whereas downtown Tucson is a vital center of culture, commerce, and civic life in Pima County, serving as a gathering place for residents, workers, entrepreneurs, and visitors. And whereas the Downtown Tucson Partnership plays a critical role in strengthening the downtown experience through enhanced services, small business support, public space activation, and community-based programming. And whereas DTP's efforts have contributed to unprecedented growth in downtown visitation and signature events, expanding access to cultural and festive programming while creating welcoming public spaces for all. And whereas through DTP's Purple Ambassadors program, a dedicated team provides enhanced cleanliness, safety, and hospitality services within the Downtown Business Improvement District, removing graffiti, sweeping sidewalks, sharing information with visitors and residents, and supporting a welcoming downtown experience for businesses and the public. And whereas in 2025, downtown events reached record levels of participation, including more than 24,000 attendees during Halloween weekend, more than 23,000 attendees at the Parade of Lights, that was a lot of fun, and more than 8,000 attendees at the New Year's Eve Bull Bash, reflecting downtown's continued momentum and community appeal. And whereas vibrant, walkable downtowns are increasingly essential to regional economic success, helping communities attract talent, retain workers, and strengthen quality of life, making downtown investment a direct investment in Pima County's future. Whereas we recognize and celebrate the Downtown Tucson Partnership for its continued commitment to building a stronger, more vibrant downtown Tucson and a more prosperous Pima County for generations to come. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of February 2026 to be Downtown Tucson Partnership Appreciation Month. Pass and adopt the 17th day of February 2026. Let's give it up for our folks at DTP. Before I pass it over to Crystal, 2025, DTP went up from 6 full-time clean ambassadors to 10. They went up from 7 safe ambassadors to 10. 20% decrease in reported safety incidents, 4.2 million social media views, and expanding partnerships with the adjacent districts, the Mercado, 4th Avenue, and Main Gate. And that is all due to the work that the men and women of DTP do, led by their incredible president and CEO, Crystal Moore. Crystal.
Thank you, Supervisor Cano. Thank you. Thank you, Supervisors, Chair, County Administrator. Thank you so much. The work we do would not be possible without our partnership with Pima County. They support everything we do on the street, behind the scenes, after hours, and thank you. Thank you all for helping us build a thriving downtown. We're very excited, but we're even more excited for the momentum that we have and what the future brings. Thank you.
I just want to say thank you. We very much appreciate this honor. It really does make a huge difference being a business downtown to have your support. Your team is always here. They're doing so much for all of the organizations and all of the businesses downtown. It is a safe and welcoming environment to be part of, and you all do amazing work. Thank you. And Crystal, thank you in particular for your leadership. It's been an honor working on your board.
Rashad? We'll have them hold it. Leave it to the board.
We are now going to move on to call to the public. We've got 13 speakers signed up, which means that each speaker then gets 3 minutes. I am going to read the rules and regulations for call to the public. Citizens attending meetings shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks or who become boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stamping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. So I'm going to read out the first 3 speakers. If all of those people could come and sit in these first 3 rows. When we get to the second speaker, I'll take a break and name who the next round of speakers are, and if they could then come up, just so we can keep the flow moving. Our first speaker is Lori Moore. And then it'll be followed by, with all that explanation, and then I don't do it, by Lisa Stussel. Rhymes with diesel. Stiesel. Thank you for that. And then J.D. Wallace. Ms. Moore.
Good morning. My name is Laurie Moore, U.S. ID carrying heterosexual white woman who is being inconvenienced with no drop-off center in Oro Valley, but who will manage to get her vote counted anyway. A mobile voting unit for rural areas. How do you think this stuff up? Let's just call this new stunt what it really is, ballot harvesting on wheels. Ask yourself, why would remote areas need a mobile drop-off unit on wheels to invade their rural life? Will Prop 418 and 19 affect them? No. Rural residents will not benefit from a free bus service in the city. They have fled from the city. Potholes will not be repaired on their dirt roads. They are rarely repaired on ours. Rural residents don't care about city problems. They escaped from them. These people know what they are doing. They are totally independent and functioning, and they have voted for years without mobile units. During COVID, the people on the rural reservations voted just fine. There were no issues with presenting an ID, no issues with transportation, and no issues with duplication. Turnout was high. So why all the concern all of a sudden? I think you don't really care about the people in rural areas voting as much as the remoteness of the area. Could these locations have been picked for a different reason, like harvesting ballots and the illegal vote? Perhaps there is even an app ready to tell harvesters and illegals where the mobile voting unit will be, like you do for ICE. Will there be an inspector, a marshal, and 2 judges present at the mobile unit? Observers must be present. It is the law. And there is no exception for lack of space in your mobile unit. Ballot harvesting on wheels and your excuse for no observers is illegal and just another Democrat stunt to cheat. We've seen this playbook before. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Stiesel.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Stiesel, a voter in Legislative District 17 and Supervisor Scott's District 1. The Pima County special election for Proposition 418 and 419 is leaving the majority of the voters disenfranchised when it comes to the ability to vote in person and/or drop off their completed ballot. There are only 6 locations in Pima County to obtain a replacement ballot or turn in a ballot to avoid the Postal Service. Amazingly, all are in Tucson. 3 are at the same address, 240 North Stone. There you can go in to drop off your ballot, you can drive up to drop off your ballot, or you can walk up to drop off your ballot. All of these are within a whopping 9 miles of each other. Pima County covers over 9,000 square miles. Does that sound like disenfranchisement? Additionally, voters' privacy is desecrated by the mail-in ballot process. The white privacy mailing envelope has been eliminated, and now the required voter signature is visible to postal workers and anyone else who handles the yellow affidavit envelope. Will Social Security numbers be required next? Is this another false time-saving, cost-saving measure? Seriously, an expensive automated machine cuts open these envelopes at the recorder's office. So voters, if you are sick and tired of being disenfranchised and want election reform, throw out lawbreaker Secretary of State Adrian Fontes and elect Alex Collison. Throw out veto queen Hobbs and elect Andy Biggs as your next governor. Throw out anti-proof of citizenship Attorney General Chris Mays and elect Greg Roberg. It's time to fix Arizona elections and elect candidates who stand for election reform. Thank you.
So before our next speaker, who is J.D. Wallace, I'll mention the next 3 speakers. After Mr. Wallace, it's going to be Robert Royce, Robert Cook, and Ron Proctor. So, Mr. Wallace.
Good morning. J.D. Wallace. I'm representing Tucson Electric Power at 88 East Broadway, but I've also been a resident of the city of Tucson since 2005 at the same address. And I'm here to update Chair Allen and the Board of Supervisors on how Tucson Electric Power has been contributing to the community and delivering safe, reliable, affordable, and renewable service. Renewable because our largest solar site yet, Baba Kamari, is now producing up to 160 megawatts, and that's enough to power more than 40,000 homes. All of its panels sit on a single-axis system so that they can track the sun, moving with the sun, so that almost 300,000 panels can catch as much light as possible. And they're also bifacial panels, which means that they not only catch light on the top, direct sunlight on the top, they're also catching sunlight that is reflected off the ground from below. And that allows them to catch up to 30% more energy than monofacial panels. Now, we'll add another 200 megawatts of battery storage at Roadrunner Reserve 2 this year, along with 100 megawatts each of solar and battery storage at Wilmot Energy Center 2. Our community investment last year not only hit nearly $1.7 million in donations, but included more than 15,000 volunteer hours by our employees, and those contributions are not recovered through customer rates. 179 nonprofit organizations received support in areas ranging from community vitality to education to environmental stewardship. Nonprofits receiving support range from Community Food Bank of Southern Arizona to Interfaith Community Services, and the YWCA of Southern Arizona received support for heat relief for residents. Mobile Meals received funds for meal delivery for low-income and senior residents, as well as assistance for an electric vehicle and charger. And as for reliability for that kind of electrification, in 2024, TEP invested more than $250 million. That's more than $250 million in local energy grid improvements. The average time a TEP customer went without service in 2025 was 42 minutes total for the entire year. And that's a new best, down from 48 minutes back in 2020. And that's also above the national average, which is around, below the national average, which is around 100 minutes. The national average has about an hour and 20 minutes per customer for outages. Now, thank you, Chair Allen and the Board of Supervisors, for this opportunity to provide just a few updates to how we're working each year to be a trusted energy partner by updating and maintaining infrastructure, as well as providing support for community services. We have details about all of our budget billing and assistance programs at tep.com, and please feel free to send constituents seeking more information to us either at that address or to our customer service line, or let us know how we can provide more assistance information. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Royce.
Since I've got 3 whole minutes, I'm going to give you a little presentation on the original purpose of the Democratic Party and its founding. America's first party, the Federalist Party, was a corrupt thing. It was a combination of the royalists and wannabe aristocrats who had lost the revolution, the religious intolerants who were so offended by Jefferson's religious reforms, institutionalizing freedom of religion and freedom from religion, and every possible color of speculator and huckster in the country. When Jefferson arrived in New York to take up his duties as Secretary of State, he was immediately offended by the scene on the streets, all of these wannabe aristocrats prancing around. When he met up with Madison for the first time on the banks of the Hudson River, the two of them immediately diagnosed the issue. When the capital moved to Philadelphia, the Federalist hordes moved along with them. At some point, Jefferson and Madison went on vacation. They took off for New England in the summer to get out of Philadelphia, and all of their conversations were kept private between them, but we know what they were talking about because they know what they did when they got back to Philadelphia. They began the process of forming a party. As much as the two of them hated the idea of partisanship, they realized if we had one party, a corrupt party, then we better have two. And if the one was corrupt, the other one had better be honest. So they founded the Democratic Party deliberately to what is now known as the Democratic Party, to deliver prosperity to the American people via honest government and Jefferson's wise and frugal government. It took years to come to power. They had to get past the sedition law, which threw a bunch of, in response to the rising tide of Jeffersonianism, they threw Jeffersonian speakers and publishers in dungeons. But the American people responded by putting the Federalists out and putting Jefferson in power in the Revolution of 1800. And within 15 months of Jefferson and Madison and Gallatin sitting down in the president's house, the economy had doubled. The economy doubled in 15 months under the most effective economic order in the history of the world. And I just thought all of you Democrats should know your party was founded to deliver prosperity via honest government.
Thank you.
Honest and frugal government. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Cook.
Thank you very much, Board. Very, very happy to be here. I haven't spoken before the panel in many years, and I'm it's great to come to work on a rainy day. You know, the sun may be powering our future, but it's the precipitation and the rain that gives us hope, and it's what makes our beautiful Pima County green. And so I'm here to. My name is Robert Cook. This is my 66th year as a resident of Pima County, and as a 5-term Pima County Planning and Zoning Commissioner, District 5. I'd like to just say, first of all, that I really want to commend the county for the strides it's made in its planning over the last decade. And I think as we look at Pima Prospers 2025 and with the updates to the Climate Action Plan that I'm going to speak to, I think we're in good hands. We've got some basic frameworks to work from. The staff and the community, help produce these plans. Your guys are going to be implementing them, and you've got some big decisions in the next couple of years. But you've got support here to do that. Solar development, as you all know, is one of the key ways we're going to be lowering our emissions targets. The current CA Community Action Plan calls for a 60% reduction in CO2 over to 2021 levels by 2030. That's just 4 years away. We've got a lot of work to do. So very happy to know that the county is going to be working very closely on the development of the integrated resource plan that TEP is doing. It renews this plan every 3 years. It's a guidance document. It's not enforceable. So the enforcement comes from us, the community. It's our community. Even though electricity accounts for only roughly 50% of our emissions, it will probably increase because of electrification of transportation and also the need for data centers. And I just want to, I'll go on to that. The other thing about solar is it's so much cheaper than fossil fuels. We're now locked into natural gas right now, as well as continuing to burn coal. And the sooner we get off the fossil fuels, the cheaper our energy sources are going to be. As you all know from the heat summit, I got another minute. Okay, good. Okay.
It goes quickly.
You guys already know about the heat issues and the gas issues. I just want to add one thing.
Sorry, thank you, Mr. Cook.
What's that?
The time is expired. If you, and this is for you and others as well, if you've got written comments, you can also
I just read one sentence?
Can you hand it in to the clerk?
Okay.
Just to be fair for everybody, no one gets additional time. Thank you. And thank you for your service on the Planning and Zoning Commission. Mr. Proctor.
Yes.
Oh, and if I could also say, the next 3 speakers after Mr. Proctor are Betsy Smith, Dave Smith, and Roland Baker.
Hi, my name is Ron Proctor. I live at 1641 North Silver Bell Road. I've only been in Tucson since 1993, so something of a youngster, perhaps. I'm glad to be speaking after Robert Cook. We both come from an activist background about specifically dealing with climate change issues. We're coming from the public. There's no payment involved, so but it's a very active group called the Greater Tucson Climate Coalition, and we wish very much to be part of the conversation about energy issues going forward. There always seems to be some lack of public interface between what happens at the government level and versus public input. I wanted to support the technology of photovoltaics, which I know you're probably all very aware of. I have there's a research document from 2024 from the National Renewable Energy Lab in the Rocky Mountains that works on renewable energy technology. It's been renamed the National Laboratory of the Rockies currently. But there's still documentation there that you can find, and I will submit this if you'll take it, of a research that was done into photovoltaics in 2024, which shows how clean photovoltaics are environmentally. If you're familiar with the life cycle analysis, that looks at cradle to grave analysis of all the impacts of a technology environmentally over the course of its lifetime and through recycling. It shows that photovoltaics has a payback of less than 2 years, completely from manufacture to use over its lifetime to disposal. Of course, it has almost, that payback means that it does not contribute any carbon emissions over that lifetime, and they do last for, typically guaranteed for 25 years or more. In our desert environment, there's very little water use associated with it, occasional washing of the panels, but minuscule compared to any fossil fuel generated energy, which requires a vast amount of water. So I'll submit this for your inspection. I think it's a great report. It seems to be the technology that is most appropriate for the desert here with our world-class solar insulation. And I just want to say that our group, the Greater Tucson Climate Coalition, is wanting to be feeding you this sort of information going forward. And that's my 3 minutes.
Thank you.
So can I give this to who? Who would be able to help?
Oh, right here. Yeah. Thank you. Our next speaker is Betsy Smith.
Ooh, Betsy Short. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Thank you, first of all, for mentioning our loss of the Reverend Jesse Jackson from my native Chicago. I just wanted to say I had the opportunity to meet him several times, and I really appreciated his pro-life, anti-abortion stance that he had for decades as a minister. He begged African-American women not to murder their babies until he became a Democrat politician, and he changed that stance. But thank you for mentioning him. This week, Linda Davis from Georgia, an elementary school teacher, was killed by an illegal alien who crashed into her car as he was fleeing ICE agents who made a legal traffic stop on him. He chose to flee, run a red light, hit Mrs. Davis, and he killed her. He had a deportation order from 2024, but because of all the hysteria about ICE disappearing people, all of the lies, because that's not happening, he chose to run, and he killed a woman dedicated to teaching. Here's the thing, everybody, the lies and the hysteria about ICE are they're not getting ICE agents killed, they're getting citizens killed. ICE agents are our friends, they're our neighbors, they're well-trained police officers, just like this deputy over here that protects you at these meetings and protects our county. Even while attacks on ICE agents are up over 1,300%, ICE and CBP have recovered over half of the 300,000 migrant children lost by the Biden administration. Children who have been raped and abused and trafficked, and they were disappeared in this country. CBP and ICE are bringing them back to their families. They are not disappearing people. They are not abusing people. They are enforcing the laws that Congress has told them to enforce. And your emotional, ridiculous, childish resolutions that you bring forth against ICE agents wearing masks and ICE agents can't park in county parking lots will have zero effect on federal law enforcement operations. And you know it. You are simply wasting our time. Stop it. Stop wasting time. Stop giving in to your little far left anti-cop base and do your jobs. Do the job that the people of Pima County elected you to do. We are embarrassed internationally because the national and international media are seeing our lousy roads, our homelessness, the trash everywhere, and I thought that we all had to be quiet. Apparently only conservatives do. Do your jobs. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Dave Smith.
Thank you. Good morning. I would like to take a minute to do something that isn't happening right now nationally, and that is recognize the power of our street cops here in Tucson, our Pima County deputies who are working so hard. Unfortunately, the antics of the sheriff has degraded that national appearance too much. These men and women are amazing. They work hard. I know them, and I've always admired, ever since I was a young police officer in Tucson and in the mid-'70s. You know, we were always relieved when we heard the SO was en route. The sheriff's deputies were coming. They've always been that kind of professional crew, and now they're working day and night in this terrible tragedy that the nation's watching transfixed. Meanwhile, yes, unfortunately, there are antics going on at the leadership level. But the men and women, I would hope that they work for you. The Board of Supervisors would acknowledge the efforts of the men and women of the Pima County Sheriff's Department and their extraordinary amount of work. There's been Marana PD assisting, Oro Valley, Sahuarita, officers from everywhere have come to help in this effort. And I think it's important to remember these men and women are emotionally invested in it. And it's very, very difficult. And I've been seeing it firsthand. That said, I want to just take a minute to echo what Betsy just said regarding the men and women of the federal agents in this state work incredibly hard as well. We have the largest Border Patrol division in the world in the Tucson sector. These people work hard. The American people have said they want to have laws, and we want to have the rule of law. And the thing is you can't have the rule of emotion. You've got to have the rule of law. The rule of law is consistent, it's fair, and it can be changed through the legislative process. And if we don't like a law, we should recommend it be changed. And I know people keep saying, well, we should change this and change that. You can't do it by fiat, and you can't do it at the state level when it comes to immigration. You can't do it at the county level. SB 1070 passed in 2010. We all remember it. It was a high-profile event nationally. And everybody was angry that the state of Arizona was going to crack down on illegal immigrants, and they were eventually took it to court in 2012. The Supreme Court said, absolutely, it's not the state's business. It's not the locals' business. It's the business of the federal government to enforce and control immigration laws. And they struck down much of 1070. I'm sure if our attorney was still here, he'd agree with me that you have no teeth in your proclamations. And they appear to, again, be almost silly. They appear to be whining. I suggest to you, let's affirm the efforts of law enforcement and understand what's happening and enforce the rule of law. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Roland Baker, and then after Ms. Baker, we will hear from Matthew Roll, Betts Putnam Hidalgo, and then Jay Tolkoff. Ms. Baker.
Good morning. Isn't it a beautiful morning with the rain? I love the rain. Good morning, Chair Allen, Supervisors Christie, Connell, Scott, and Hines, and everybody else here. I am here to for Agenda 5 and for Agenda 6. I want to give you a little bit of some of you already know who I am. I'm a mom of 3, a grandma of 7, and a great-grandma of 3 as well. I know I only look 50, but whatever. And I was 45 years as a public school teacher, and I'm proud of all of those things. As knowing those parts of my roles, I'm here to overwhelmingly endorse Agenda 5. prohibiting the use of county property and resources for civil immigration enforcement operations. As we all know and have seen here in Tucson and throughout the U.S., the horrendous actions of the thugs paid by our tax money to kidnap, accost, and to kill in cold blood not only our undocumented siblings, friends, and family, but our own U.S. citizens. They have no place in Tucson. They have no place in Pima County. They have no place in Arizona, and they sure as hell have no place in the USA. They only came about in 2003 after 9/11. They must be demolished and removed. There should be no ICE in this country. I also want to overwhelmingly endorse Addendum 6, masking and identification of federal agents. Never before this regime that we now have to live under have any law enforcement been allowed to mask themselves and not tell us who they are, and pick people up, which I have seen, kidnap people, which I have seen with my own eyes. They're not allowed to do that. Every law enforcement agency that I've known, and I'm 74 years old, I've always seen their faces, I've always seen their badges, I've always known whether they were Pima County or whoever that they were. And I want to applaud this, all of you for taking the time to do this. Also, one more thing I want to tell you about is the resolution about Marana, to not allow the detention center to be opened. I'm part of a group called PRICE, Pima Resists ICE, and we are working very diligently to keep that detention center from being open. And those detention centers are being hurt. The people in them are being hurt. They're not being fed correctly. They're not getting the right medical. Children, babies as little as 3 months old, are in those detention centers across this country. We are better than this. We are much better than this. We need to not allow ICE to be there. And I want to thank you very much for doing the hard work that you're all doing. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew I'm sorry, ma'am.
I know. I'm just trying to get clarification on the rules. We were told not to step.
Ma'am, I'm sorry, would you like to abide by the rules or would you like to leave?
We'd like for you to abide by them. Right, you told us we can't clap. We're just trying to get clarification.
I'm going to move on to our next speaker. Mr. Roll.
Hi, feel a little bit out of place. So I'm here for the 18th agenda item, but also want to thank you guys for making some hard choices for all of us. I am from Science, Technology, Engineering, and Math, Arizona. Our charter school that we operate is Da Vinci Tree Academy. We were set up in 2017 as a charter school to serve the underserved, and boy howdy have we been able to do that. We are a majority minority school. Over 80% of our kids qualify for free and reduced lunches. We're a Title I school. And actually over 50% of our students have what's called an IEP or 504, meaning they have some kind of disability. And I believe that we are the only school in all of Arizona to be a normal school. Normal is such a pejorative term in some ways. But we're the only school that's a typical school, not set up specifically for special needs students, who is an A and B school. And we're right here in Pima County. So we're very, very proud of that. We are run by a small staff, including myself, and so we don't always know all of the rules and regulations. Back in 2024, we submitted for tax relief because we are a nonprofit and we are a charter school under the state of Arizona. And I guess there was a mistake somewhere in the process, and the application was lost. And so I recently received in the mail a notice of foreclosure from the county that our school was going to be foreclosed upon towards the end of the month if we didn't pay our county taxes. And so, of course, that sharpens the mind, and thus I'm here. So I would just like to encourage the item number 18 for the forgiveness of back taxes from 2021, 22, and 23 for our school. I apologize that we didn't do this in a more timely fashion, but I suppose it is what it is, and so I'm before you today asking for that tax relief. Again, we're a nonprofit school that deals with a marginalized community, and it's my understanding that we were never supposed to be paying these taxes. I know our taxes moving forward from the county have been ameliorated, but we do need the relief from 21, 22, and 23. Otherwise, we will be in danger of foreclosure action. So thank you for your consideration today.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Betts Putnam Hidalgo.
Good morning. I hope everybody who stood up for the Pledge of Allegiance heard the part about justice for all, with your hand over your heart, proclaiming your fealty to justice for all. I thank this board for moving us towards justice for all when you put forth a resolution for immigrants, refugees, and all to be safe in our county properties. I think that the arguments that I've heard here against these resolutions don't make any sense whatsoever. The way democracy works is it starts from the bottom up. It doesn't come from the top down. What the feds are saying is one thing, and what the people want is another. And I honor you for listening to what the people want. We want to be able to use our parks safely. Not just people who look like me or who look like the other people who are speaking against this, but people of all colors, people all across Pima County, all across the nation, really. I don't want to live in a gated community, and I don't want those that do wish to live in a gated community of white people to make me live in a gated community. I want to live in a place where my neighbors can walk around and feel safe and take their kids to school and take their kids to the hospital without fear of detention and deportation. What's going on in this country is outrageous, and I don't need to tell you that because you are the ones who came up with this resolution to make justice for all actually something that everybody gets to enjoy. When it comes to masking, honestly, what kind of a dystopian world are we living in that we need to even ask for this? Police have never asked to be able to be masked at all times and to not identify themselves. These supposedly well-trained law enforcement agents are afraid to exhibit their identity even to the people that they're dealing with. That is not the country that that we've been told that we were raised in. So the whole masking thing is just crazed, and I appreciate your efforts to bring an end to it. All in all, I don't spend a lot of time telling politicians that I'm really happy about the work they're doing, but on this one, I gotta say you guys got it. Well, okay, four out of 5 of you guys got it, and I really appreciate it. Stay strong. Let's not use Jesse Jackson's words without remembering that his message was, stay strong, keep working for what's right.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jay Tolkoff. And then after Mr. Tolkoff, we will hear from JP Salvatierra, Isabel Garcia, and Tanya Nunez.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jay Tolkoff. Moved to Tucson 49 years ago for a 2-year stint at the University of Arizona and decided to make it my home. 48 years ago, I was a major participant in creating an organization that's employed tens of thousands of people in this community. I'm very proud of that work that I did. And it's just an indication of that I have invested my life into this community. When I was 28 years old, I got involved with a local radio station that was on the verge of collapse called KXTI. I spent 3 years as the president of that organization, and when I left, it was on the footings that keep it going today and are a major impact in a positive way for our community. I'm doing this extemporaneously, so I might hesitate for a moment. So anyway, during the time that I've been here, I have seen crime increase in this community in a dramatic way. There are many reasons for that. One of which I think is that we are not doing a very good job of holding people accountable any longer. We make excuses for why criminal activity is okay. Sure, homelessness is not a crime, but when you engage in criminal activity when you're homeless, that is a crime. But we seem to give passes for that. I'm sure that Every person on this dais at one point or another has said these words, no one is above the law. Well, I think that should be actually held to be true. Another thing that I hear being said is that people should feel safe in their community. And I think that's very important. When I hear people talking about what's going on with ICE, a lot of times I hear talk about neighbors. Well, there's an assumption that all your neighbors are well-intentioned people. I can tell you personally that when I woke up in the morning and opened the door to my bathroom and found a person who identified himself later as I was holding him waiting for the police, that he was a person that was worried about being deported back to his country because he wasn't legally here, as I am bleeding after he slashed my face with a knife. I want to tell you, I didn't feel safe. Not only did I not feel safe, I want to be safe in my community. I have a question for you. If we take away the accountability factor that ICE delivers, and I'm not saying they're perfect, but what is your alternative to make sure that people that broke into my house, that slashed me with a knife, are not going to be walking around in our streets? I don't think you have an answer for that because I don't think you've thought it through. I also want to bring up one more thing. If our law enforcement were actually working with ICE, they could monitor and make sure they were following the rules they're supposed to be abiding by. Thank you.
Our next speaker is J.P. Salvatierra.
Madam Chair, board members, I'd like to mention that needs to be corrected. The July new schedule meeting for the afternoons and evening for PCBOS is in conflict with the mayor and council meeting. And I'd hope that any other conflicts for that are corrected as we move forward. Vote no on RTA Next and Props 418 and 419. I object to the previous failure of the RTA 2006 that projected 1.6 billion overrun costs by up to 257 million, effectively borrowing against future funds amid inflation and economic uncertainty. Project delivery further exposes the RTA's inefficiencies. Of the 35 major roadway corridors outlined in the 2006 plan, only 17 were fully funded or completed, 11 were partially finished, and 7 remaining under construction or in design phase in their final phase. The proposed RTA Next, a 20-year, $2.67 billion extension, would perpetuate this cycle of inefficiency and fiscal strain. The RTA Next plan would donate $20 million each year, totaling $400 million through its projected life, outside the city of Tucson. And this amount, only 5%, a small 5% would be to pedestrian bicycle safety, with all the murders and hit and runs and things that are going on. Through the loss of approving Prop 418, 419 are real, the benefit to the mayor and council's $500,000 analysis for future Tucson infrastructure as the Move Tucson plan will achieve more cost-benefit accountability funding, just like Prop 411. And instead of making that city and county future bonding and taxing, we can look at that burden and move it over with our infrastructure for the future to taking over Tucson Electric Power and Fortis, taking over their allocations for everything.
Thank you, Mr. Salvatierra. Our next speaker is Isabel Garcia, and then we'll hear from Tanya Nunez.
Good morning, board and administration. As I've told you before, I have a family of 7 generations. My grandkids are 7th generation. And we're living through a period where they are being racially profiled. 7 generations. I've heard people come up here, they've been here a good amount of time, and we are subjected to racial profiling, all because Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh is too dumb and ignorant to understand the fallacy of what he did. What we need here is we need a real town hall so that we can present the facts and they can present all their opinions that they want. But we can present facts that determine that migrants are responsible for the economic well-being of this country. It was said so in 2 studies before Biden lost this election. And Democrats didn't know how to use that, but they've been an essential part of our economy since 1910. You have to understand that. And then the other migrants that are here, we forced them out. Why don't we go to the Republican administration and tell them to stop these wars in Latin America that have caused all this migration? Stop all the climate degradation in their countries and the exploitation, extracting their minerals and leaving them behind with what? Why aren't people concerned about that? If you're really concerned about immigrants, that's what you should do, is why are they coming here? The other thing is we heard about the rule of law. We hear it all the time. Do you understand that these immigrants face a proceeding by themselves against an experienced attorney, certified attorney with a backing of entire office, and that's the rule of law? We're going to banish them from the country without even knowing the very intricacies of immigration law that's really complex. And let me tell you about rules of law. Migrants have been following the rule that everybody loves in the country. We love our capitalism, don't we? And migrants have been following the #1 rule of capitalism, supply and demand. Check it out through history. Let's not be ignorant. Let's look at history. And we need a lot of information to be out there. There's so much to share. That's why I urge you to have a town hall. Please, I urge you. This is one of our premier questions of the hour, immigration, and we know so little. We know so very little about the history of this area and immigration and policy. And our militarization of the border, of course, nobody paid attention, so now it's got interior. And now we have ICE killing. Poor Renee Good, who was so naive, looking at that ICE agent saying, "Don't worry, I'm not mad at you." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Our next speaker. Our next speaker is Ms. Tanya. I'm sorry, do I need to read the rules one more time? Ms. Nunez.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Tanya Nunez. I'm with the Party for Social Liberation. I'm a longtime resident of Pima County, forever resident of Arizona, from a border town, Douglas, Arizona. And so I'm here to support the measures being presented to limit immigration enforcement in our county. That is putting clear signs of county-owned property, prohibiting federal immigration enforcement from operating there, requiring law enforcement to wear visible identification, ban the use of face masks, and also the proposal to oppose turning the former state prison in Miranda into a for-profit ICE detention facility. But I want to make clear that this is just the first step and the bare minimum of what people are demanding here in our community. We are demanding ICE out of our communities and out of everywhere. We're demanding ICE to be defunded, not reformed, and we're asking for its investment in, this prison, military, industrial complex to be seized completely, and for our needs as people to be funded instead. Jobs, we're in need of jobs. We have stagnant wages. this. We have criminally unaffordable health care and housing, and we are asking, for our money to fund this, for our taxpayer money to fund this. Because how is it possible that billions can be going to ICE and that trillions could be going to the military, to bombing other countries, to creating a genocide in Gaza, to forcing the starvation of the Cuban people as we speak by our government, but that there isn't any money for jobs, education, housing, and healthcare. And, we know that it's actually war that is a number one reason for people migrating in the first place, and climate change is a reason why people migrate to this country in the first place. So we got to start there. We got to start with stopping the wars, and it's impossible that officials on a local level and national level can act as their hands are tied, that they have no power over what the federal government is doing. Minnesota has shown us that the people who have the power we are the people have the power, right? There was a general strike, the first in 80 years, people demanding ICE out, and that has spread all over the country. We saw tens of thousands of people in Tucson hit the streets, the biggest march we've seen in recent history, and that movement's going to keep growing. It's not going to stop. It's going to go stronger, and we're asking for you guys to be on the right side of history, because this is not going to stop. The people are going to keep hitting the streets, and we're asking for you guys to be in the right side of history. So yeah, that's all I got to say. The people are going to keep coming out here demanding ICE out, and because we know that immigrants are, make this world run, and really it's U.S. citizens who historically, but as a fact, are bigger criminals than immigrants. So yeah, it's like that's a fallacy. So yeah, thank you.
Do any of the following: request staff to follow up on any matter from call to the public, request that an item be placed on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism. Supervisor Scott.
Chair Allen, thank you very much. With regard to the gentleman from the local charter school who addressed us about items 18 and 19, this is my 6th year as a supervisor, and we see items like this on our agenda on a fairly frequent basis. I would really like to get some communication to the board from administration, working in partnership with the assessors and treasurer's office, to find out how we are making the public aware of their right to seek relief from taxes in certain instances. I'm sure if this gentleman and his school had that information, this would have been filed a long time ago. In fact, the item speaks to the fact that the assessor would have granted relief if the items had been granted in a timely fashion. So I would just like to get some more information on that. Secondly, as I said, this is my 6th year as a supervisor. You are the 4th chair during that tenure. I was the chair of the board last year. The board historically has been fine with applause, snapping of fingers after a speaker speaks. It's interrupting a speaker while they're speaking that chairs have worked against. We certainly saw that in abundance when we were having discussions about Project Blue from both supporters and opponents of that project. I think Mr. Smith is aware of this because he's a frequent participant in Call to the Public. So I want to thank you, Chair Allen, for enforcing the rules and regulations of the board consistent with what I have seen from previous chairs.
Any other supervisors? Nope. All right. We are going to move on to, and just to give a little heads up of the direction, we're going to go to addendum items number 5, and then number 6, and then we're going to go to addendum item number 3. So addendum item number 5, I'll flip there myself. Oops. So this is a resolution prohibiting the use of county property and resources for civil immigration enforcement operations. I'm going to give just a little bit of context because our office put this on the agenda. I first want to thank the county administration, the county attorney's office, for presenting us with the resolution per our support and direction at our previous meeting. I wanted to just read a little bit from the item itself, which I think explains very clearly why we have this item here. So from the resolution, paragraph 6 and 7. County-owned and county-operated buildings exist to provide public services and civic access, and the presence of ICE officers conducting civil immigration enforcement activities within county buildings and facilities may deter residents, particularly immigrant, mixed-status families, as we heard today as well, refugee families, from accessing essential services that the county, I will note, by our mission, statutorily, are required to provide. Participating in public processes or engaging with county programs. The unauthorized use of county property and resources for civil immigration operations interferes with the county's authority over and use of its own property and erodes trust between immigrant communities and local law enforcement, weakening the relationships that are essential to ensuring public safety and effective community policing. That is why we have this resolution on the agenda today. So with that, I will move to approve resolution number 2026-10.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
when did and why did this all of a sudden, when it was first presented to this board and to the public, why was it presented as an ordinance? Now it's merely a resolution, kind of like you guys don't like Hud Bay mining, so you present a resolution. There must be some legal ramification here, because when it becomes a resolution, all it is a toothless, meaningless resolution. There's no enforcement. And certainly, if there were enforcement or some sort of an ordinance behind it, this board would basically be asking, if it were passed, to engage in violence with federal enforcement through other enforcement agencies. But it's striking me very odd that it was brought before as an ordinance with all of these teeth in it, allegedly, and now it's a resolution. Why?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, if I may respond generally, that an ordinance, there's a certain time requirement for an ordinance, and it very well may be that there's an ordinance on its way. There was published past Friday a notice for an ordinance coming up regarding masks, but the general answer is that masks are outward facing and an ordinance may be appropriate. For county property.
Speaking of county property, aren't we?
Right. I'm just giving a global answer because I think it applies to both items. For county property that's more inward facing, and a resolution would be more appropriate.
And Madam Chair, Mr. Brown, to the subject of enforcement?
To the subject of enforcement, Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, an ordinance would be more appropriate, and there will be one forthcoming that may have an enforcement mechanism.
Why are we dealing with a resolution now and not waiting for the ordinance if it's forthcoming?
If I may, Chair Allen, excuse me, and Supervisor Christie, at the last meeting, there was a request for this to come forward as an ordinance, and we noted at that time that we did not meet the legal requirements for public notification of the draft ordinance. Because of what the board wanted to move forward with an initial policy statement or resolution, so that we didn't have simply absence of any kind of statement on behalf of the county prior to the adoption of that ordinance. So as we said at the last meeting, we were coming back today with a policy statement or a resolution, and would be coming back to the board at the March meeting once we had enough time to publicly advertise the draft ordinances.
So in effect, this really, Madam Chair, was an effectless, worthless exercise.
That would be your opinion.
That's
other.
Tell me I'm wrong.
Yes, I believe you're wrong. And we're going through the process as we agreed and outlined at the previous meeting. We voted on it, giving direction for it to move forward. As the administrator noted, that we would have a resolution at this meeting, and then our next meeting we'll have the ordinance. The ordinance requires some public posting, so that process has been initiated. So the next step will appear on our agenda at the next meeting. So, other discussion, Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Allen, and I appreciate you recounting what we discussed back on February 3rd in terms of our direction to both the county administrator and the county attorney's office. And we are moving through these in the stages as you described them. This resolution is far from toothless because we are a policy-making board. We give direction to the 7,000 employees of Pima County. And I think it's appropriate. You mentioned some of the findings at the beginning of the resolution, but I think it's appropriate to look at some of the sections of the resolution as far as scope and enforcement. First of all, if you look at Section 2, which is prohibition on county consent for civil immigration enforcement activities in county facilities, Part A says, no county department, agency, officer, or employee shall give consent for federal officials to access or use any Pima County owned, leased, or operated building, facility, or property for purposes of civil immigration enforcement without a valid arrest warrant signed by a federal or state judicial officer. Therefore, if somebody with an enforceable warrant comes in wanting to deal with what we've heard are the worst of the worst, they're going to be able to do that. But it's these sweeps that we've been saying around the country, warrantless sweeps where people are being picked up based often purely on race or ethnicity that we're not going to allow on county property. Similarly, very important, that we look at implementation and enforcement, which is section number 4. County departments and agencies shall develop policies and procedures as necessary to implement this resolution. Implementing procedures shall provide that any county employee who becomes aware of the attempted or actual use of county property or resources for civil immigration enforcement shall immediately report to their supervisor, who will communicate with county administration. That is direction from the board. And then finally, in section 6, scope, this is very important. And I hope that everybody reads Part A. Nothing in this resolution shall be construed as restricting or interfering with the execution of court orders or lawful judicial warrants, with the rights of any person or entity under state or federal law, with providing assistance with the investigative activities of any local, state, or federal law enforcement agency relating to suspected violations of criminal law, with the enforcement of criminal law, or as limiting or restricting the enforcement of federal immigration laws to less than the full extent permitted by federal law. Pima County has, through our various departments, especially the Sheriff's Department, partnerships with state and federal law enforcement agencies. This board just recently approved by a unanimous vote accepting funding from the FBI for a task force that deals with human trafficking and other crimes that occur on the border. What we are saying is that these warrantless random sweeps that we've been seeing around the country are not going to happen on county property. That's the bottom line. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Madam Chair? Just a
Sorry, you
further
had another question?
When you stated, Supervisor Scott, that the county will not allow these sweeps or whatever, what happens if they occur?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, my understanding is that the scope of this resolution deals with operations that are being staged on county property. That is the scope of our authority.
And if they occur on county property within the scope of our authority, what will happen?
I think that's hypothetical. I think we're sending the and I say it's hypothetical because the premise of your question assumes that federal authorities are going to use county property for staging their operations. I don't know that that's necessarily going to be the case, but like many local governments around the country, it's proper and necessary for us to take responsibility in terms of safeguarding our own property over which we have authority.
Madam Chair and Ms. County Administrator, how many of these incidents has Pima County experienced?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, I am not aware of any to date.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Opposed?
Motion passes 4-1. Next item is masking and identification. Again, I will ask for decorum. Masking and identification of federal agents. This is resolution number 2026-11 concerning the masking and identification of federal agents in the course of civil immigration enforcement actions. I move to approve resolution number 2026-11.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. Well, again, I will reference as an introduction to the item some of the language within the resolution itself that explains a bit of the rationale behind it and the need for it. So within the resolution, paragraph number 3, the FBI warns that it has become difficult for communities to distinguish between legitimate federal law enforcement operations and illegitimate impersonators, endangering both civilians and real federal officers. Such actions by impersonators also endanger the health and safety of local law enforcement officers. Officer impersonation endangers victims, terrorizes communities, undermines confidence in legitimate local and federal law enforcement, and impedes legitimate local and federal law enforcement operations when citizens refuse to comply with legitimate local and federal officers due to a mistaken belief that the officer is a criminal impersonator. Clear identification of law enforcement officers, including visible agency affiliation and unique identifiers, supports accountability, lawful conduct, and public trust. Conversely, the presence of masked, unidentified individuals carrying weapons or law enforcement style equipment in public spaces or near polling places creates confusion, fear, and potential danger for both residents and legitimate officers. The county has a responsibility to use its voice to advocate for practices that uphold civil rights, human dignity, and transparency for all residents, regardless of immigration status. The presence of masked, unidentified ICE and other federal agents in the county erodes trust between immigrant communities and local law enforcement, weakening the relationships that are essential to ensuring public safety and effective community policing. So with that, I'll open up the item for discussion.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
As I stated when I presented my substitute motion, one thing that's never seems to be a topic in these ordinance/resolutions/legislative whatever is that the genesis of masking was as a result of federal agents being targeted by agitators and rioters and protesters to personally expose their private information so they could be threatened and harassed and even killed. So this is why agents felt compelled to be masked up to prevent themselves from being let into a situation of violence, which has been the overriding proponent of people who don't want agents to wear masks. There's nothing wrong with having certain identification. My substitute motion called for it. I encourage identification at all times. But when people are identified by facial appearance and then looked up on the internet and all of their information put out there and then are targeted, including their families, enforcement agents feel compelled to protect themselves. This is why it all happened. None of this of doxing, of threatening, of exposing the private and personal information of law enforcement is addressed in these resolutions. If you put some teeth in an anti-doxing issue, there is a very good possibility that law enforcement would feel safer and compelled to remove their masks. Unless, of course, you're in Minnesota when it's 30 degrees below zero, and that's a perfectly legitimate reason to wear a mask. So I like the way, or I don't like the way. It's interesting to see how this is all based on masks to make those agents who have masks as some threatening individual, when in fact they are the ones being threatened, perhaps by some people sitting in this room right now. I don't know. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Other comments or discussions? Okay. We will move the item for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1. So I feel like I'm utilizing my mom skills here for some of the behavior. I will again underscore that a decorum is expected. I'm sorry. This is my last and final warning. If I hear additional outbursts, I will do a broad stroke. If I hear additional outbursts, we will have people removed. Am I clear? Thank you.
Madam Chair.
We will now move on to item number 3. Supervisor Christie.
Just to back up just a second, for Mr. Brown's edification, there's a ruling by a judge that blocked the use of masks in California. I'm sure you're aware of it. Perhaps
Point of order.
I'll be glad to give you this.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Point of order supersedes. We moved on from the item, Supervisor Christie.
So moving on to addendum item number 3. This is the 2026 Regional Transportation Authority special election. This was an item put on by Supervisor Christie in District 4. Thank you. Discussion with the county recorder and designee regarding Pima County's all-male countywide election and the new mobile voting unit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully, technology will prevail here. I'd like to start with a couple of examples that my office is experiencing on this voting issue. Let's see if it'll...
Hi. Yeah, this is Chuck Moffett. I'm sure you're getting lots of calls. I just voted my ballot, but I'm not going to mail it. It's got my signature on the outside, plus my voting barcode. I mean, it's going to be all over the internet, no doubt, if I put it in the mail, possibly. Anyway, I wonder, is there any kind of legal situation where, legal possibility of there being a pending case on something like this? Because it's never been allowed before that our voting information, personal voting information, was exposed on the outside of a mail-in ballot. Anyway.
Then there was a letter to the editor that voices this too. Just looked at my mail-in voting packet. I'm concerned. My info on the back of the mail-in packet includes all my information, including my name, address, precinct signature, and phone number for all to see. What the heck? Voting is supposed to be private. How is this private? Where is the insert envelope to keep it all private? The city paid an untold amount of money for printing their number one debacle of explanations. I want privacy. This is just another nail in the coffin. And then I finally got a another email from a constituent. Curious, this is the first countywide mail-in election for a 20-year tax with no ballot privacy envelopes, exposed signatures, 3 drop-off locations, all in the city, and the debut of the recorder's brand-new mobile voting unit. Nothing to see here. So, Madam Recorder, thank you so much for being here today. And before we begin and I turn it over to you, I do want to express our condolences on the loss of your mom. Thank you for being here. I need some help and guidance. How do I explain this to my constituents? And this is just the beginning.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you. Before we hear from the county reporter, and of course, we also, on behalf of this District 5 office and the entire board, send you our condolences, county reporter. I have a question for Supervisor Christie. When you put an envelope in the mail, Supervisor Christie, do you put your return address on it?
I do.
And usually that would include your name, correct?
Usually.
Okay. So the point that I want to make when we are previewing this conversation is that nothing from what we are doing in this election has differed from what other counties throughout Arizona have done. There is personal identifying information on the prior ballot that was the green envelope that perhaps is an adjustment that the District 4 office is considering here. But to get into a downward spiral of nefarious claims about whether your name is on an envelope, when that is precedent for decades under the United States Postal Service, I just think it is mind-boggling to hear that as your introductory remarks, Supervisor Christie, to this conversation. I look forward to working with our county elections team and with our county reporter to dispel any concerns that I believe are genuine from your constituents. And I want this to be a proactive conversation, but to my colleagues and to the chair and to the reporter, I will not allow false information to be spread about the security of this election, because that is a direct affront to our county workers who deserve our support, Supervisor Christie. So let's have a different conversation here. And let me just say to the folks who have been extremely vocal on this side, I have sat in hearing rooms for more than 7 years at the legislature where the differences were very real. Work it out, shake it out, because you are here to voice your opinion and we are here to work. Decorum is a privilege, and presence is a privilege in this room. I'm looking at you because they have been quiet. So I look forward to talking to the county recorder.
And to respond to Supervisor Cotton, I do put a return address with my name and address on, but I do not put my signature on it.
I would like to welcome our county recorder staff, who have joined us here today to respond to the item and have prepared both materials and presentation and comments. So I would love to hear your presentation.
Chair Allen, Board. Thank you so much for having us and inviting us today. And thank you for your condolences. It has been a very difficult time. But we felt it was very important to address some of these questions and concerns. First, I want to acknowledge that my staff member has just handed everyone a packet. In that packet is a media release, a one-page explanation of the vote mobile, including a few photos, a save the date for the ribbon cutting, and the proof of images that is going to be printed on the side of the vehicle. And so I think we have the ability to use the document imager. Is that available?
Getting a nod, yes.
Yes, thank you. And so my staff member will have that visible for, there it is. Okay, thank you so much. The Regional Transportation Authority election historically, we have only had 3 locations open. The recorder's office in previous years had only the offices in which we occupy. For our office, that includes the 240 North Stone, the 6550 South Country Club, which is also known as our ballot processing center. And then in lieu of our 6920 East Broadway location, our 6920 East Broadway is a micro office. It has 5 desks in that location. It is not large enough for us to have voting activities in there. And because of that, we have come up with an agreement with the City of Tucson Ward 2 office at 7820 East Broadway to host our voting location there, which would act as if an extension of our office. We are also deploying the mobile voting unit, which is a mobile voting unit, which allows us to provide replacement ballots on site in rural locations. We will be having a location in Ajo, Arizona, in Sahuarita, Arizona, and also in Nanini Library, which is the northwest side of Tucson. We are currently in the process of getting our vehicle wrapped and finalizing the equipment and technology. I will remind the board that we, the recorder's office, are in our 26th consecutive month of facilitating elections. That includes the 2024 presidential election cycle and the 6 elections that we had last year, including 2 federal elections that were unexpected. So we are in our 26th month. We are trying to get this information out as fast as possible. I do want to address some of the concerns about our ballot drop-off locations. We do intend to install more ballot drop boxes in the coming year. We are working very closely with procurement and with a company to receive boxes that would then need to be installed. We do have additional security practices that we employ when installing these boxes. So it's not simply a matter of I can get one out in a week. It does take a lot of coordination, but we are working on expanding that coverage throughout Pima County. In regards to the single envelope decision, again, we are, I think, on our 4th, maybe 5th election cycle where we have utilized this technology. It's simply, we have reduced one envelope. That has sped up our processing. It has addressed many of the concerns of people making errors when they're submitting their ballot affidavits to us. It has reduced the number of signatures that are left off. It is still secure. In order for bad actors to do anything with your private personal information, they need to have additional information, such as the last 4 digits of your Social Security or your full birth date. All of that information is still protected under state law, and we take it very seriously, and we do not provide that information out into the public. The single envelope issue, furthermore, within the next 10 to 15 years, Pima County is projected to have over 1 million voters. Maricopa County currently utilizes a 1 envelope return system for their 2 million voters. And again, our intention is to provide drop boxes so that those who do not feel comfortable utilizing the USPS may return it in that way. But I do want to acknowledge that we appreciate the work of the United States Postal Service, their hard work and their professionalism. Ballots are treated with utmost care and security within their facilities, and we are government to government. And so I just want to acknowledge that hard work. We do not have any concerns about any foul play.
Chair Allen. Thank you. Recorder Custis Kelly, did you just say that Maricopa County uses the same ballot that Pima County is now using? The return envelope, I should say.
Supervisor Cano, Chair Allen, yes, the Maricopa County uses the same type of ballot affidavit return system. They only have the visible signature and a phone number. We encourage people who simply don't feel comfortable putting their phone number on the back of the envelope to visit our voter dashboard at recorder.pima.gov, confirm that the phone number that we have on file is up to date and correct. And if not, then they can submit a correction for that information. But if that information is correct and you feel confident that you have not made any mistakes, you are fine to leave that off. Again, we do not encourage it, just in case we have questions. If you have a broken arm or something like that, where your signature is not going to look as it normally does, and you already know that, of course, that's going to be even more important for you to ensure that we have a way of connecting with you.
And Chair Allen.
Supervisor Cano.
Recorder Custis Kelly, can you give us the 1-minute version of ballot verification and the steps that the elections team and the reporters team make from the moment they receive that returned ballot, and the verification processes are there? And can you please also inform the board about whether there are safeguards in place to ensure that there's perhaps, for instance, can somebody vote twice? I believe the answer is no, and I think it's important for us to have that clarification in 2026.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Cano. Yes, what happens once we receive the ballot? First, it's important to know that wherever we receive the ballot, whether that's dropped off in our office or through a ballot drop box, or if we're picking up at the U.S. Post Office, we are doing so with bipartisan teams. They transport all of our ballots together. They deliver them and secure them within our ballot processing center on Country Club. They are scanned. The reason that they are scanned is to tie that person's information to that specific ballot affidavit. And that way, if we were to receive a second ballot from that same person, our system would literally alert us that this is a secondary ballot affidavit, and we are to then investigate why. It will not allow us to signature verify 2 ballot affidavits for a single voter. The ballots are scanned, and when it is scanned, voters receive if they have signed up for our text or email notifications, they get that at that point. If they would like to look it up on our website or even just call our office, we would be able to tell them whether or not we have received it because it has been scanned into our system. We do have human beings reviewing each and every one of those signatures. We are comparing it against the signature in your voting record. If there are multiple signatures, that means we have a much likelier chance of being able to verify. If there's any reason we are not able to verify, let's say that you're missing your signature or it just looks really bad and we can't confirm it, we do have a process where we may contact the voter directly.
Madam Chair.
Each one of those processes are done in a bipartisan manner.
Thank you. Supervisor Christie.
How many, Madam Chair, Madam Recorder, how many drop boxes are in Maricopa County?
Supervisor Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, I'm not aware of how many are there. They previously in Maricopa County, under different recorders, they have had large numbers of ballot drop-off locations. They have had smaller numbers. I am not aware.
Madam Chair and Madam Recorder, again, if you look at my district, particularly the Green Valley area, the average median age of residents there is 74 years old. They've never done this mail-in ballot process before. They are traditionalists. They like to go to a polling place. There are no polling places anywhere. There are drop-off locations, but none of them are in the immediate Green Valley area. They have to come all the way at their age and perhaps even in their incapacity to downtown Tucson or to Councilman Cunningham's ward office. But certainly I would just entertain the idea that the Joyner Library, the Kirk Bear Canyon Library, Esmond Station Library, they're as secure as Councilmember Cunningham's office. Why can't we have more convenient places for those who really do have issues of mobility coming all the way down to Tucson to correct an issue that they might have with their ballot?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, first, I think it is really important to know that the data shows that our senior voters are actually more likely to be voters who vote by mail and have been on the active early voting list. That is very, very common. We are also seeing an increase in the number of people who are voting by mail or choosing to opt into the active early voting list, and a decrease in the number of election day voters. So I think that's really important for everyone to know. Green Valley has never hosted, or not to my knowledge, we have never had a early voting site in Green Valley. We do plan to deploy our mobile voting unit in Sahuarita, which we will be pushing out a media release and a lot of information. We will be reaching out directly with our community partners and communicating with them what their options are for returning their ballot via our mobile voting unit. And that is also an interest of ours, is expanding the ballot drop box opportunities throughout Pima County. And again, due to issues with procurement and because of the short time frame between elections, we simply were not able to get that equipment within the time frame. And so that is something that we are still working on. We are still discussing where ballot drop boxes will be available throughout the county. So that includes rural locations, and we would love to have, if you have a recommendation on specific locations, my office would love to hear what that is.
We've been doing that with the county elections department on a regular basis. I'm surprised that there was no sharing of information on that, because we have offered specific space for this type of activity. Madam Chair, if I could, can we talk a little bit about the mobile voting unit? Could you just give us the thumbnail sketch of what it is?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, the mobile voting unit is a trailer that will be pulled by a truck, a very big truck. It's a trailer on a gooseneck. Oh, there it is. Can you turn it to the side, please? You can see just a very general idea. And again, this was created for the mock-up on the side. If you see, it says Pima County Recorder's Office Vote Mobile, Iwodor Tamagina, which is the way to say it in Autumn, and Votomobile in Spanish. And it is a trailer that we are able to pull into any large parking lot and open a voting site. This is a huge game changer for Pima County. We have been struggling with many of our locations. You earlier mentioned our libraries. Our libraries during this time period, a lot of times are having reading programs. They're having other community programs that don't allow us to have a site during that time. This is a secure location. It would be staffed in a bipartisan manner. It's a minimum of 3 people who would be responsible in this mobile voting unit.
And how will it function with this RTA vote?
With the Regional Transportation Authority election, this is the very first time we will be deploying it. We are going to take it to a total of 4 locations. That is Cells, Ajo, Sahuarita, and Nanini. 2 of those locations have not been confirmed, so I am throwing out Ajo and Nanini, but we have not yet finalized the whatever paperwork we need to have that in their parking lots, but that is the intention.
Are there going to be observers?
There is an area within the trailer for observers. I did meet last week on Tuesday with 3 of the 5-party chairs, the Republican, the Democratic, and Green Party. We did take a look at observation space within my downtown office and our country club facility. I think everybody is in agreement that given the walkways and the equipment needs and taking into consideration voter intimidation, the areas that we have marked off are sufficient for the observation process. We have determined a similar area within our trailer. So there will be observers. That is now something that is, if there is a request for observers, it is now required by law that we allow them, but they are not required to complete the process. So we do not need observers to run the site. However, if they are requested to be there and they meet the minimum requirements, which we have discussed in great lengths with the party chairs, then yes, we will allow them within the sites.
And Madam Chair,
Would like to note that we have a time certain at 11 o'clock. It is now 11:06, plus or minus. So I'm going to move us along. This is an item for discussion. If there are further questions, I would encourage Supervisor Christie to reach out directly to the county recorder. Thank you so much, Recorder Cáceres Kelly, for the constant work you are doing around innumerable elections over the last year plus. Thank you to all of your staff who I know endure harassment and threats and other difficult situations. So very much appreciate the integrity and the trust building that you bring to the county around the work of our elections. And thank you as well for your innovation, particularly as related to the mobile unit and making sure that there is access to areas that are harder to reach and are often underserved. So much appreciation. Thank you.
Sure.
Supervisor Hines.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I wanted to just convey to the recorder, and thank you again for being here, that one of actually Tom Murphy, the mayor of Sahuarita, reached out and we had a discussion about the subject of additional drop boxes, and his suggestion I thought might be helpful is like consider utilizing like the town council offices, town property like that. He said that would be something that they would be happy to facilitate, and I might suggest that would be something in Marana and Oro Valley and other places as well.
Supervisor Scott. Oh, sorry, did you want to?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Hines, that is something that our office had discussed. Like I said, originally, we had hoped to have more ballot drop boxes, permanent ballot drop boxes, cemented into the ground, installed and ready for this election. Unfortunately, that was not something we were able to do. In order for us right now, as we have already begun this active election, it was active in January 23rd when we first mailed out our military and overseas ballots. And of course, early voting began and we mailed out the remainder of the ballots to the entire county on the 11th. And so because we are in an active election, it is much more difficult for us to pivot and make those changes. But though that was something that we strongly considered, unfortunately, I think it would create an undue burden on our office at this moment. And again, because this is an all vote by mail election, and we are really trying hard to be as responsive to the community as possible. However, many of these locations and some of our early voting locations have remained unutilized or very minimally utilized before. You will see much more robust voting locations for the primary and the general election. We are working to communicate that information, but the legislature just changed the election day for us, and so we're having to make all the changes to all of our documentation to reflect that and to secure locations, which is a constant issue for us. We have had a lot of trouble securing locations for us because unlike election day, we are there typically longer periods of time, which is why the mobile voting unit allows us to choose the day and time that works for our office. And we don't have to kick anybody out of that location while we provide the important services to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I think it's important for the public and media to know what certainly the recorder knows and the board knows, which is that the reason the RTA election is an all mail-in election is because that was the decision of the RTA board. The RTA is a special taxing authority authorized by the Arizona legislature. It has its own board. Their board voted to make this an all-mail election. And then we, the county, entered into an intergovernmental agreement with them to administer this election. That's all accurate, correct, Recorder Kosaris-Kelly?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, yes, that is accurate.
Thank you. And then I just had one question for you with regard to drop boxes. The drop boxes that exist in Pima County currently have both cameras to ensure 24-hour surveillance of the drop box area, and also fire suppression equipment, which has unfortunately proven to be necessary in ballot drop boxes around the country. So with regard to, I know you said you're talking to procurement about putting up more ballot drop boxes around the county, and I'd certainly join with my colleagues and ask that they be evenly distributed. What's the cost when you're talking about all that equipment, roughly?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, the cost is a lot more expensive than you would think. Not only is it very expensive to have one of those secure boxes, which are unique to election administration, one that has the high level of security features that are needed in this type of scenario, and the equipment listed, including cameras and fire retardant, and all of those types of features. In addition to that, the cost to install these boxes, depending on the time frame, could also be substantial. So we are in the middle of determining what that is going to be, but it could be very expensive, meaning we may have to roll out certain ballot drop boxes to prioritize certain areas. It depends on the size of the ballot drop box. So the ones that we have currently are small. For Oro Valley, for instance, is going to need a much larger box. That is going to cost us more. We're going to have to determine where we can permanently house that box. There's additional there's additional considerations that we have to take. And then the ones that we have currently are all on county property. So if we're talking about installing a box in another jurisdiction, we would have to then worry about intergovernmental agreements, determining, who is responsible for this. And I do want to clarify that these boxes are not under surveillance. They're under camera, but we're not watching them 24 hours a day. I don't have the type of budget to ensure that they are being watched 24 hours a day. They are only unlocked during the active election. So as soon as we send out ballots for the general public, we then open those boxes, and we are keeping an eye on them during that time, and we are able to take a look at video should an event arise where it would need to.
Thank you, Recorder Casarez-Kelly. And Chair Allen, I think it would be instructive and informative for the board if the recorder could work with the county administrator to get the board some more information on costs and other criteria associated with the placement of drop boxes at your ability to do so. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Budget remediation plan update, discussion, direction, action, reviewing of the Pima County Treasurer's budget remediation plan request. So if you want to, please.
Chair Allen, County Administrator Lesher, members of the board, thank you for having us here today. We do appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Jake Martin. I am, of course, not the treasurer. I am the chief deputy treasurer. I authored the remediation plan, and I am more than happy to speak on it today. I do have one operational question before we proceed. Would the board like me to read the remediation plan as it is written, or would the board like me to take questions on it?
If you could just give a high-level summary and then questions, I think, given our...
Okay, fantastic. Thank you for the clarification. So to start out, our remediation plan is authored as essentially a last-minute effort to meet all of our statutory and operational obligations for the remainder of the fiscal year. One of our largest concerns and one of our largest projected overage for the FY26 budget is in the personnel category, where we are expected to be $100,147 over our budget. Now, of course, personnel costs continue to rise annually. This is true for all departments. However, the Treasurer's Office had 2 positions swept in October of 2025, which reduced personnel budget capacity by $169,860, which lends to the unforeseen overage. The loss of this personnel budget capacity was unplanned by the current treasurer and the current administration, as it took place prior to the term beginning. The loss of nearly $170,000 in personnel budget capacity, combined with a flat 2% reduction in FY 24-25, effectively resulted in a 7.5% cut to the department's overall budget. In addition, we have a projected overage in the postage and freight category. Postage is a critical expense within the Treasurer's Office, as we mail tax receipts, requested statements, and delinquent notices. With increases in costs with the United States Postal Service, we are projecting an increase of mailing expenses by 7.4% annually. In addition to that, we have Pima County's significant population growth as well as vendor fee increases. Our mailing costs have escalated significantly, and we are projecting an overage in that category of $69,330. In addition, we have software maintenance and support renewals. So in fiscal year 25, our actual expenditures on software were $98,985. Software is essential for tax collection operations, and vendor prices, according to our IT department, typically increase by 5 to 10% annually. Given the non-negotiable and generally consistent rates of these expenses and security and operational requirements to the Treasurer's Office operations, cuts to this category that we can afford to take are extremely limited. As a result, an overage is expected in this category. In addition, the Treasurer's Office has several expenses that are required by statute, such as ARS 42-18109, which requires the Pima County Treasurer's Office to publish information about the annual tax lien sale in a local newspaper for 2 consecutive weeks each February prior to the sale. In fiscal year 24-25, this advertising cost totaled $16,318. As expenses rise, we are expecting an overage in this category as well. And I will say, since I initially authored this plan, we have already hit a budget stop on our advertising expenses. Overall, the Treasurer's Office has been and acted as a responsible steward of public funds, and once again is submitting this request as a final effort to meet all obligations. Before making this request, our department absorbed all prior cuts and explored every possible solution to operate within the fiscal year 26 budget. Software expenses have been shifted to our OSR fund, which is traditionally reserved for large-scale infrastructure or software infrastructure upgrades every 4 to 6 years. We've had to dip into that, which will limit our ability to upgrade our servers when the time comes. We've moved over everything that we can to the other special revenue fund and are requesting a remediation plan to help us make it through the end of the fiscal year.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
looking at your reporting in the background of this, and you state here that the Treasurer's Office operating budget has been reduced by almost $260,000. Who made these cuts? The Board of Supervisors make these cuts?
So a lot of those cuts result directly from sweeps, personnel sweeps. So position sweeping that the treasurer was not aware of because he was not in office at the time that those cuts
The Board
took
of
place.
Supervisors, which sets your budget, had nothing to do with these cuts.
Essentially, they were standard procedural cuts that unfortunately our department was not able to prevent.
Was there a loss of revenue? Did the People's Bank make some bad investments?
No, in fact, our portfolio is very strong, but the Treasurer's Office does not keep our investment revenue, nor does it go to our budget.
So these are just normal run-of-the-mill employee position sweeps?
Yes, and I would be happy if your office would be interested to send over the specific positions that have been swept, but I do not.
I prefer to have the county administrator let us know how these sweeps.
Thank you. Chair Allen and Supervisor Christie, if you recall in the past, we came to the board that provided budget adjustments of 3% and 2% in the past when we had difficult financial times. Those budget cuts, as approved by the board, were impacted every county department, whether they were elected or appointed officials. Another element of this is, as you know, we provide elected officials a great amount of autonomy to run departments within the guardrails of the budget established by the board. And sometimes when we have elected officials who wish to either increase salaries of employees within the department or have other budget concerns within the department, we look at how that department would request to make adjustments. And they sometimes do that by giving up other PCNs in order to increase salaries for some. Some of that is what has occurred, and as noted, some of it happened prior to this administration.
So, Madam Chair, Ms. Lesher, when it's stated here that the operating budget has been reduced by almost $260,000, it's fair to say that the board did not say you're going to be cut by $260,000.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, the board approved the percent across the board cut that we did as adjustments in a couple of previous years at a 3% and 2%. They were then implemented by the departments.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Scott.
Just had a quick question for the Deputy Treasurer. Under postage and freight, it says, without an increase in budget authority to meet the projected overage, the department will be forced to limit or cease the mailing of delinquent tax notices and/or tax receipts. Are those statutory responsibilities of the office?
Tax receipts are not statutory, however, delinquent notices are.
Okay. And then I also wanted to request, Chair Allen, because if you look at the item as submitted to the board, signed by the Finance and Risk Management Director and also by the Deputy County Administrator and County Administrator, it says Finance and Risk Management recommends that the Board of Supervisors review the Treasurer's request and provide direction on the submitted remediation plan for the remainder of the fiscal year. This is different than recommendations that we've gotten before with budget remediation plans. Recommendations that we've gotten before ask the board to approve the remediation plan on the recommendation of administration. So with the language of that recommendation in mind, I would like for the board to get a presentation not just from the treasurer's office, but also from the county administrator or whoever she might want to designate as to how we got to this point from the perspective of administration.
Thank you. And if I will just note, Chair Allen and Supervisor Scott, we have, you're not chair anymore, sorry, that took me a moment. Many of the remediation plans that come forward simply are from county administrative departments. As we've mentioned, we provide some flexibility within the elected officials. And I think Director Cuaron is here to speak, and I think happy to provide some comments, but I think there is a bifurcation from my perspective of the administrative costs and personnel costs. I have no quarrel at all with the fact that the costs have gone up and appropriate to accommodate that, because even the tax statements, if they're not required, are a function that this board has asked, and we've all asked, that there continue to be complete transparency and information provided to the public. The asterisk, if you will, when I look at the personnel costs, is that while they have gone up this year, I think an issue is that we, as I say, we allow flexibility within the budget parameters to make decisions as an elected official, and we have seen the budget go up because of some increase in salaries. And I want to be able to comment that I think as we come forward with getting to the rest of the fiscal year with this remediation plan, which I think we can ultimately support as administration, I think it's important to have the conversation and just make sure that as we look at future budgets, that any of the salary increases that occur within even the elected officials' offices are consistent with what provided all county employees.
So just to follow up, I think we did get a recommendation with regard to the sheriff's budget, the last cycle. But is it the assertion of administration that salary increases were granted by the treasurer that were not within the parameters of the adopted budget?
And if I'm, Chair Scott, I'm sorry.
It's only February.
That's right. Yeah. Chair Allen and Supervisor Scott, and I think as the Treasurer and Deputy and Chief Deputy know, as an example, there was a request for a salary adjustment that included as the spend plan for that, what the how they would fund it in future years would be to request a supplemental in future years. And I think they got paperwork back that I had written all over where I said I can't in any way approve today supplemental requests for the future, and therefore any addition to salaries at this point need to be considered that there may or may not be future budget adjustments and or may need to be absorbed within the current boundaries of the budget.
Madam Chair.
But hold on just 1 second, Supervisor. I'm sorry. Did you also say, Ms. Lesher, with regard to my request that Director Cuaron had information for the board? I just wanted to ask for that, but I defer to my colleague if he had a question to follow up on what you asked.
I would just like to ask my colleagues if they would be open to continuing this item until we have a full evaluation given to us by the county administrator.
Supervisor Christie, speaking for myself, I appreciated what I heard from not only the deputy treasurer and the county administrator, but I'm eager to hear more from the Finance and Risk Management Director.
Director Cordon, if you have information, please.
Administrator Lesher, Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott. Administrator Lesher summed up the comments that I was going to have myself. So I have no further information. I think what's presented before you in the remediation plan submitted by the Treasurer's Office, combined with what Ms. Lesher has outlined, provides an overall summary of where we're at with the Treasurer's Office.
So the item was put on the agenda by administration. And again, the recommendation is that we review the treasurer's request and provide direction on the submitted remediation plan for the remainder of the fiscal year. My question is, if the remediation plan were not approved by the board, if we did not provide direction with regard to this remediation plan, what would be the course of action?
Chair Allen and Supervisor Scott, I think that, again, with particularly with the hard costs that are being seen by the treasurer, I would recommend you pass and approve this plan to get to the end of the fiscal year. But just wanted to make sure that we provide some clarity and that the conversations will continue to occur, that we don't have increased personnel costs in addition to those afforded other county employees.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Connell.
Thank you. Appreciate the treasurer's participation today and the administration's recommendation. And with that, I'd like to move the budget remediation plan as requested for fiscal year 25-26 for the Pima County Treasurer's Office.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Based on the last statement from the county administrator, I'm comfortable supporting the plan, but I'm certainly expecting that there's going to be continued conversations between the treasurer's office and county administration as to how we would address these issues moving forward in subsequent fiscal years.
Thank you.
I think I would also add that I understand the increase in costs from postage and other things in which that occurs. When it comes to personnel, I think it's important generally, right, to stay within budget. And that I understand that there were some positions that were lost, that were swept in October. My understanding is that, reading your write-up, that there's a process, right, to try to keep those positions. There's a reason that they get swept. They're left open for too long, but there is a process in place with HR to try to keep them in place. And if there is a need to reallocate those funds, I would encourage to negotiate that with HR rather than going over budget. It's not a great look for a treasurer to be out of budget. So I would also ask to work within the confines of the county's compensation plan, and trying to go through the existing processes and channels that I think all of us within the county try to work within, even as elected offices, to utilize the investment in that process so that we are consistent across the county.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
I commend your comments and I agree with them, and that's why I will be voting no on this.
We will take it to a vote then. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
No. The item passes 4-1. I am going to call for a brief 5-minute break, and we will resume. We are back. Yeah. Put some muscle in it. Someone's got to say that. I'm waiting for that. So we have resumed. Thank you. All right. So we are gonna move quickly, she says, optimistically. Picking back up at the regular agenda, we are going to move to we're going to move to item number 9, which has the Board of Supervisors sitting as the flood control district. This is a contract with Solus Engineering. I move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes.
Madam Chair?
Oh, Supervisor Christie.
Just a quick question for operational purposes on items 10, 11, and 25. I know there's being sat on, we are sitting on different boards, but for discussion purposes, could we address them collectively and then maybe vote for them individually? Because I think my questions apply across the board.
Sounds like we can. Thank you. So I was just finishing up that the motion passed on number 950. So then items 10, 11, and I believe it's 25. These are all policies, different policies for different districts, creating a use of reserves policy. I think for an overview of that, I look maybe to the administrator.
To Director Quadron. These are policies, as you know, several years ago, the board established a policy to ensure the maintenance of a fund balance that is defined in board policy. And simply we're bringing forward the other funds for the same kind of policy overview. Mr. Quadron.
Thank you, Administrator Lesher, Chair Allen, members of the board. Pleasure to be with you on these items today. Really, from the flood control district and the library district perspective, we're implementing or recommending that these policies be implemented to provide additional fiscal stability in these funds. We modeled the policies that are before your consideration today after the general fund policy. So the reserve is the 3 months of prior year actuals operating expenditures, while the cash flow reserve is the current year budget, 3 months of operating expenditures from the current year budget. With respect to wastewater, we are really just codifying in policy what the wastewater department has been doing for a number of years with respect to the reserves. As you know, we come before you each year to discuss the rate plan with wastewater, and that those policies really get vetted through the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Advisory Committee. You will also note that you received a letter in support of those from the Wastewater Advisory Committee back in December. So we're bringing these forward, again, to strengthen the fiscal stability, promote long-term financial responsibility in each of these funds, and provide, again, for the stability in the Library District Fund and the Regional Flood Control District Fund, as well as codifying what we're doing in wastewater. With that, I'll be answer any questions.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
I've just got a group of questions that you can address in any particular order. They all center around the same element we're discussing here with these proposed ordinance or policy changes. My first question is, why are we doing this now? Was there no policy before? And that's number one. And second of all, what prompted this? Was there something, I'm just curious, the Auditor General, is this part of the audit that the Auditor General might have done and that prompted something? And if you could just highlight again on the reserve usage.
Sure, Administrator Lesher, Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie. The policies for the flood control in the library district, currently there is no established policy for the reserve balance. It's just good financial fiscal management and prudence that we're bringing these back for consideration for the board. It does help put in policy when those reserves can be used for unforeseen emergencies. And so we feel like it's a financial management tool for us to be able to have these policies in place. There was no Auditor General request to put these policies in place, though it does strengthen our financial position with the use of these reserves. The policies themselves outline when the reserves can be used in certain situations. It does also provide for the board to approve the use of these reserves. And then it does outline as well the policy to repay the reserves within a 3-year payback window in the library and the flood control district. So that's why we're bringing this before the board's consideration. It really modeled after the general fund reserve and provides additional fiscal stability and strengthens, each district's ability to withstand economic uncertainty.
And Madam Chair, the reserves can only be used in the event of basically an emergency, but for that particular department, right? It can't be swept into something else or some other area specifically for that department.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, that's correct. And so, for example, flood control, if we were to come back and want to use the reserves in the flood control, it would only be used for operational expenditures or unforeseen expenditures in the flood control department.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair Allen. Thank you. Director Coron, a few questions. First of all, even looking at the definitions and the other background material, I still would like to hear more layman's description of a fund balance reserve and a cash balance reserve, the distinctions between them and the importance of each one.
Sure. Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, fund balance reserve is essentially your savings account that you hold for in a general household. You have a savings balance, emergency fund, if you will, that you don't touch unless you need it. A car breaks down, your AC breaks down. That's the fund balance reserve. That's calculated at the end of each fiscal year, depending upon the prior year actual expenditures. Your cash flow balance from a cash flow perspective is how much cash that fund is holding in the bank at any given time, and so that would be in daily household nomenclature. What's our cash balance in our savings account, right? And so that's the distinguishing measure between the two, and that calculation is based upon the current year operating expenditures, 3 months of budgeted operating expenditures, not looking at not a look back period, but a prospective basis.
That's very helpful, and it sets the stage for my second question, which is if you look at the policy, and I'm looking specifically at the flood control district policy, but it's very closely connected to what we see in the library district. Under authorized use of reserves, and it lists some occasions where the board of supervisors may approve the use of reserves, operating emergencies, including significant unforeseen events, and so on and so forth. So in those authorized uses, when would it be recommended that we use the fund balance reserve as opposed to the cash balance reserve?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, in the case of budget authority, you're talking about fund balance. You're talking about fund balance reserve. Cash reserves are just a measure of how much cash you have at any one point in any fiscal year. So as we're doing our financial planning, we want to make sure our cash flow forecasting, we want to make sure that the decisions that we're making on a budgetary perspective don't reduce our cash flow reserves below the level that's defined in the policy. And so I don't know if that answered your question, but that would be when you would be able to use it. So fund balance reserve would be, it would if you were to take the fund balance reserve for budget authority, but you also needed cash to fund that. So the expenditure didn't have cash associated with it. The flood control could also use the cash reserve in that given year to coincide with the fund balance authority.
Would we also, when we got that recommendation, also get a recommendation continuing under Section 4? It says any use of reserves must include a plan to restore fund balance and cash reserves to the minimum required levels within 3 fiscal years. Is that something that you would make along with the recommendation to use reserves, or would that come afterwards?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, that would typically fall in the recommendation as to how we would make up the difference.
Okay.
Or repay the difference over the 3-year period, or shorter, depending on how it impacted the fund's finances.
So everything would be considered at once. We wouldn't be waiting on a recommendation on how to replenish the reserves.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, that's correct.
Okay. My final question, Chair Allen, is do we anticipate, or is there a need for a similar policy for the stadium district?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, at this time, a policy for the stadium district would not be recommended, simply because the majority of the funding for the stadium district is coming from the general fund, and so you would be codifying use of the general fund in the stadium district, and at this point, I don't feel like that's prudent.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Now then, I'm going to move us to the items that correspond with the larger discussion. So the first item then is agenda item number 10. This is the Regional Flood Control District Establishment and Use of Reserves, as discussed. I move to approve the item. Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Chair, I'm sorry to interrupt.
Sorry.
Just to make it clear that we're sitting as the flood control district.
Yes, we are still as the flood control district. Correct. All those in favor, take 2. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Now we are sitting as the Library District Board, considering the policy number D32.14 for the Library District Establishment and Use of Reserves. I move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And for the sake of putting a bow on it, we are going to hop over to sitting as the Board of Supervisors, regular agenda item number 25. And this is Board of Supervisors Policy F55.1, the Regional Wastewater Reclamation Department's use of reserves. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. I am going to move us to regular agenda items 18 and 19 with an apology to one of our speakers from the call of the audience that anyway, I would have done these before we took a break had I realized that you were here. So these are both petitions for relief of taxes. So I am moving the 2 items.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motions pass 5-0. Okay. Now we have 10, 11, sitting again back as Board of continuing as the Board of Supervisors. We're going to move to agenda item number 12. This is the hearing for fireworks permit. I move to approve. Seeing that there are are there speakers here for this hearing? Seeing that there are none, I will close the hearing and move to approve the item.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Motion passes 4-1. Item 13. And there is no one here to speak to the item. We will close the hearing and I will move to approve the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. I will take the hearing items on the addendum, which will flip our way to the back. Items 13 and 14. These are sitting as the Flood Control District Board. Item 13, there are no speakers. I will move to close the hearing and approve resolution number 2026-FC1.
Second.
Oh, sorry, ordinance number 2026-FC1, it was seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Moving to item 14. This is a hearing for the Flood Control District Technical Policy. It is ordinance number 2026-FC2. I will move to close the public hearing and approve the ordinance.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Okay. Flipping back, picking up on the regular agenda at item 14, which is the consent calendar. I will move the item.
May I pull 23, please, Chair Allen?
Yep.
And 14, Madam Chair? I'm sorry, 4. Item 4.
Item 23 and item 4. All right, so approving consent, the items minus items 4 and items 20. I'm sorry, you said
23.
item 23? The minutes?
Oh.
Is that right?
No, certificate of removal and abatement, certificate of clearance, item 23.
Okay. Okay. All right, so back is the Board of Supervisors, approving the consent calendar minus items number 4 and 23. Do I have a second?
Sorry.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Consent calendar passes 5-0. Let's go to consent calendar, formerly consent calendar, item number 4. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion?
Madam Chair, this is a expansion of the behavioral risk factor surveillance system. And in the background, it says that this will allow for the purchase of one additional question. What is that one additional question?
Chair, excuse me, Chair Allen and Supervisor Christie, I don't know that we know the question yet, but it expands our ability to ask and adds an additional question. We do not have the specifics of what that might be, but as you know, in surveys, the amount you pay and what you do is determined by the number of questions you add. So this is simply the addition of additional questions.
So that's an additional question, but it does state, Madam Chair, a kind of a general topic. And it says, this will allow for the purchase of one additional question related to firearm safety. Is there any more specific information than that?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, there is not.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All those in favor of the item?
Aye.
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 Opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1. I'll now move to formerly consent item number 23, certificate of removal and abatement, certificate of clearance. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion.
Thank you, Chair Allen. My question was on on the item specific to Bank of America for fees owed from 2013 to 2021. I'm just, if some staff explanation, how is it, or it just kind of surprised me. Why is Bank of America eligible for the fee and penalty abatement?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Hines, as you can see, the treasurer submitted this item without any additional staff review, so we can get back with you.
Did you want to continue the item, Supervisor?
Actually, I kind of would, because not knowing any, I don't know. The Bank of America doesn't seem like they should qualify for that, so I'd like to explore this one. So should I make a substitute motion to continue this item to the next meeting? I will do that.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Seconded by Supervisor Scott. All those in favor of the substitute motion?
Aye.
To continue it to the next meeting?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Item passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Okay. Flipping back, we are, we'll squeeze in one more item before we get to the presentations. Item number 15, Board of Supervisors representative updates on boards, committees, and commissions, and any other municipalities. This is, I'm sorry, regular agenda item 15. These are the reports on the boards and commissions, which we all sit.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. As my colleagues know, this is my 6th year representing us on the Legislative Policy Committee for the County Supervisors Association. We meet every Friday while the legislature is in session to determine bills that are going through the legislature that we're going to either oppose, support, or remain neutral on. Very important that we do that given that counties are subdivisions of the state. So at our last meeting, last Friday, the CSA LPC voted unanimously to oppose a Senate bill that would have imposed restrictions on vote center uses by counties. And this is consistent with actions taken over the last 6 years to oppose any bills that call into question the fact that counties administer elections in Arizona accurately, fairly, safely, and securely. I would point out that on the current LPC, there are 3 former members of the legislature, probably people that you served with, and maybe even that you served with, Supervisor Hines. Supervisor Borelli from Mojave County, Supervisor Antonori from Cochise County, and Supervisor Brophy McGee from Maricopa County. They joined all the rest of us in opposing this bill. And I thought about this when I heard about the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, a former governor who ought to know better, coming in to our state and saying that elections in Arizona in the past have been an absolute disaster. Direct quote by her. Those charges are not only outrageous, they're baseless, and county supervisors of both parties know that elections in this state are administered fairly, accurately, safely, and securely. I am consistently proud of my colleagues for taking those positions as we get bills like this to the legislature, and I'm sure they would all agree with the fact that everything that the Homeland Security Secretary said was completely out of bounds. So thank you, Chair Allen.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you. I have a to that point, Supervisor Scott. I want to applaud all of your work with the County Supervisors Association. Certainly looking forward to you leading the way next year as the president. One of the items that I am really hopeful for us seeing advance through the budget process is to support Pima County's Summer Youth Employment Program. This is Senate Bill 1373. Because we are in a divided legislature, I do not anticipate the bill will move. However, we are working hand in hand with our county representatives and our Southern Arizona delegation. It's $250,000 to appropriate to us so that that can be one of our legislators' requests. We hired over 600 youth last year through our program. Over 3,900 applied, and so that tells you that additional resources will help us close that gap. And in the coming year, we're anticipating hiring 850 interns, and the applications are live right now. So I want to thank our community workforce development team for letting us be their advocate at the Capitol, and certainly Supervisor Scott ask for your support, as I know you will provide to all of our colleagues with CSA. Thanks.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
since Supervisor Cano is going to do some requests, I feel compelled to do the same thing. We have, this board has approved unanimously to put on the legislative agenda the issue of home title fraud. Mr. Rossi is working with that. I would commend to you, Supervisor Scott, to work with the assessor, our county assessor, who really has a very unique and noble plan to deal with home title fraud, because the issue is once these falsified records get to the recorder's office and are recorded, which is the recorder's function, it's too late. The fraud has taken place. So what we need is legislation that has, according to the assessor's depiction, some sort of a clearinghouse where these important documents of ownership go through a process before they go to the recorder's office. But that needs legislation. So Mr. Rossi is familiar with it. This board passed that unanimously for the legislative agenda, and I just encourage you to be as familiar with it as you can and watch it go through the process and give it the support that I think we all feel it deserves. Thank you, Supervisor Scott and Matt.
Thank you. And Chair Allen, I appreciate the comments from both of my colleagues. Given that the bill that Supervisor Cano mentioned is specific to our county, it's unlikely to come before the Legislative Policy Committee, but I'll certainly advocate for it as I am able with our legislators. Given that the possible bill that Supervisor Christie referred to would affect all 15 counties, and I know there's already been discussion at the LPC about this issue. Certainly when you or Mr. Rossi know who the sponsor is going to be, is it still, it's not possible to drop bills, but you can still do strikers and things like that. So it could still happen in this session, correct? Okay. All right. I thank both of my colleagues, and thank you, Chair Allen.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Allen. And actually, I'm curious to find out, Supervisor Scott, what the LPC and CSA think of just the number of bills, because I've never seen. I was a former legislator. I'm sure I'm astounded by the number of bills, and I'm just how are they dealing with this?
Chair Allen and Supervisor Hines, that situation this year has certainly provoked some novel comments from members of CSA staff. And as you probably know, it's also caused them to get into a whole new unexplored previously numbering sequence for bills because of the sheer number that have been introduced.
Wow. Okay. Thank you for that. And one other thing on PAG RTA updates. I said the wrong date of the election, so this better not fail by 3 votes because I'll be in trouble. It's March 10th, not March 12th, which I think I said accidentally at the last meeting. So do not vote on March 12th because you can't. And also at PAG, we had a much longer, I think a really great presentation from binational presentation, in actually bilingual and binational presentation from our friends south of the border, from representatives from the government of Mexico, the Mexican consul, and others involved with two major projects that are border-related long-term infrastructure projects, one being the Port of Guaymas being greatly expanded to allow for the large cargo container ships to start to dock there and offload goods, and what that means for what we need to be doing here to make Tucson like the largest inland port, frankly. We had representatives from 3 of our federal delegations, our 2 U.S. senators, and also I believe to go to Helico's office, sent a representative as well, because this is a discussion that's going to require a lot of years, a lot of dollars, and a lot of involvement at every level from the federal, state, and local levels, and of course, as well as in other countries. So we talked about not only that port, but also the concept of Mexico reestablishing passenger rail from Mexico City to the southern border, and how we should be aligning that so that we can all get on a train and then go to Mexico City. So we are looking at establishing a subcommittee to continue to meet regularly and engage with all these partners to try to make sure these projects come to fruition.
And Madam Chair, just to clarify Supervisor Hines' voting statement about the date of the RTA, he said you can't vote on March 12th. You can't vote in any polling place. It's a mail-in ballot, so it must be mailed in by November, March 8th or 10th. So there's no place to go vote. You have it in your home and it needs to be mailed. And then as to the amount of bills, it doesn't matter. The governor's going to veto them all anyway. So.
Quick update on the committees that I sit on for the Southern Arizona Education Council hasn't met yet. For the Arizona Border Counties Commission, or Arizona Border Counties Coalition, we met on January 22nd. Representatives, again, from the other border counties, from Yuma, Santa Cruz, and Cochise, along with Pima, as all of our the border folks who have borders in their districts. So we received a brief update around the role of foreign direct investment, both from Pima County and Yuma County. We always get an update from the Arizona Department of Transportation around some of the port expansion projects. Particularly the DeConcini Port in Nogales has got a $2 billion port expansion that they are somewhat funded and continue to seek additional funding for what would essentially be kind of I think there's something they're dubbing a mega port. San Luis and Douglas also have expansions in the works. And then we also discuss a kind of a communications and narrative project, largely because of the misrepresentation of the border region, as though it is a region that needs to be militarized as opposed to a region that needs to be invested in, because the border serves as an economic engine for Arizona as well as other states along the border area, and is vital not only to our culture and our history, but also to our incredible trade partners who live nearby. That's all I got. We will move on to some presentations. Thank you, as always, to our very patient staff. We are going to go with item 16, which is an update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety with Director Darland.
Thank you, Chair Allen, members of the board. As the board is familiar, while the slides are coming up, just in the interest of time, we typically start these updates grounding in the 5 priorities that establish the Office of Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions as established by the county administrator in December of 23. But today's update is going to center on the first of 2 progress reports called for in the board's acceptance of the One Pima initiative. So in the interest of time, we're going to forego the recital of those 5 Office of Housing Opportunities and Homeless Solutions priorities, and just ground it and just suffice it to say that the office is in fact aligned with One Pima. And again, as a board is no doubt familiar, in November, the board adopted One Pima Initiative, which is a 2-year coordination plan. It identified 5 strategic areas of focus. The first is to prioritize loop cleanup and safety. The second is to strengthen public health and treatment access. The third, expand treatment and diversion programs. And the fourth, to stabilize housing and prevent homelessness. And the fifth, to support impacted neighborhoods and small businesses. Again, today is the first of 2 reports required in the board's adoption of the initiative. The second will be April of 2026. Next slide, please. So starting with priority number 1, we're going to be talking about, real briefly, a follow-up on the loop cleanup and safety efforts. In January, provided the board the December totals of number of sites or jobs completed and the total tonnage collected, as well as the costs. As when you factor in January's totals as well, we're at a total of 27 sites completed. That could be one particular site or a stretch that includes more than one area of concern. And it includes 54 tons of debris and trash that have been collected at a running cost total at present of over $89,393. The next step that we're working on now is, again, creating the finalization of some wayfinding along the loop, where that's going to be incorporating some signage. This is the team at the Regional Flood Control District, Conservation Land and Resources, as well as staff out of the County Administrator's Office, making sure that these signs are also reflective and incorporate the 25th anniversary of the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan. Staff are also finalizing a community user survey for satisfaction and suggestions on improvements to the Chuck Huckleberry Loop. And we also continue to engage in conversations on various tools that can be used that can be public-facing for the public to report issues and on the conditions of the loop, as well as that would include broken fences, needing areas of the path that need to be patched, as well as encampment activities as well. Next slide, please. So the second priority, again, One Pima serves as a framework that strengthens and aligns work carried out each year by the county, and specifically and chiefly the health department, as well as detainee and crisis systems. So those activities continue to be ongoing. Just started, I believe, 2 weekends ago. The kickoff for summer of 2026 heat planning and cooling center coordination began with, this is a coordination with the county as well as the city of Tucson and other community agencies and partners. And again, we continue to explore opportunities either in this legislative session or future that can support enhanced or expanded coverage for individuals who are going through treatment. Next slide, please. And so priority number 3, expand treatment and diversion program. So the safe or the sobering alternative for recovery, that pilot program launched January 1st of this year. It is a voluntary low barrier treatment setting for individuals experiencing acute intoxication due to drug use. Since its launch and continuing forward involves ongoing coordination with the health department, the city of Tucson, as well as contracted provider Community Bridges Incorporated. And for the updates on the metrics so far, we can go ahead and advance to the next slide, and I'm going to pass it over to Deputy County Administrator Holmes to provide this information.
Just want to be brief, but I think this is important data out the gates for the Safer Center. First couple of weeks in January, this is really data up until the end of January. We've got 2 weeks in that we're still getting data on. Long story short here is that we started out with very few patients, kind of take advantage of that. As we know, recovery is a tough business, right? It's just hard for people to do that. We've had 5 patients that referred like that third week, and then 33 patients referred that following week. We've been averaging roughly about 8 to 12 people these last first few weeks of February. But let me just kind of jump into the data just briefly. What we're finding is the average stay is about 26 hours for folks. So the majority of people are not staying the 4 full days. 4 full 4 days that we have available, which is 96 hours. People are self-selecting out as a voluntary option for folks. So we're finding people who are struggling to still stay within those days that are allotted to them. Most of the drop-offs are from TPD, although we've allowed CBI to allow folks that are in those 24-hour units to move into that, but most of our TPD drop-offs. But there are personal emotional factors that are leading for people not staying those full days. Go to the next slide, please. So just some key takeaways, and this is early on, so I don't want to draw large correlations to the efficacy of this effort yet. But at this point, we're continuing to iterate, looking at ways in which we can find functional places that are actually going to have people stay longer, right? I think out the gates, we're finding that the folks that are coming out of the encampments and going over here, either through a deflection program or on their own as a voluntary option, we're finding they're not staying very long, right? And so the people who are staying longer seem to be less acute in their conditions, right, of substance use disorder or behavioral health. So we're continuing to look at the data, wondering if we can expand this more to people overdosing in the emergency rooms. And then equally important, just making sure we're holding CBI accountable to some of the data structures that we're going to need. This is super brief, but as data is coming out of the gates on this effort, I just want to make sure our Board of Supervisors have accurate information, that it's too early to draw any kind of correlation on the efficacy of this program. And we're still finding that many folks are not staying the four full days. Not surprising, continue to iterate, and we'll bring more updates to the board as we get more data.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. Just to follow up on that last bullet, Mr. Holmes, safer maybe stabilizing but not effectively converting to treatment continuation, reducing long-term overdose prevention impact. You and I had a discussion a few weeks ago about the possibility of safer partnering, if you will, with another community bridges entity within the city of Tucson. Just wondering if that's still something that's under active consideration.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, that is correct. We are still having a discussion around using potentially Desert Cove as an alternative, as a continuation of people who are leaving safer. We just haven't had people actually transition to anywhere else because they're not staying the 4 full days as of end of January. So I want to make sure I'm accurate in what I'm stating here. Continue conversations on bringing that online into this program. We're probably about a month away from that actually coming to fruition.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Allen.
I also just had a quick comment, and this is not about the substance per se of the slide. It's really important, the points on there, and I will say that I struggled to understand it. Because I feel like there's some right? Because I feel like our slide decks, it's kind of made me think about our slide decks are like, these are external facing for people to be able to understand some of the analysis of our programs and what's happening. But there's just phrases in here that just, I had to read them 4 or 5 times to be like, okay, like non-clinical self-directed disengagement. So I read that phrase like 3 times out loud, and it felt like one of those balderdash games where you have to like read something, and then eventually I'm like, oh, okay, so people decided to leave themselves. And so I do just want to ask that we strive for clarity, just clarity, and try to step away from kind of the jargon that is used within the field, within the space of the work. And that's just sort of a general statement, because I feel like I kind of encountered this a bit going through the slide deck. So so I'll just say that. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Chair Allen. Next slide, please. I think there's one.
Oh, sorry. So I won't spend more time here. I think there's just some increased suggestions as we look to refine the data points that we brought here quickly to you, right, as we look at the next month of data and really start honing in with some of our lived experience personnel and support staff to make sure we're improving the ongoing ways in which we can make it more effective and workshop those particular discussions and continue examining that length of time and length of stay, which continues to elude us at this point. Next slide. And that we'll go ahead and jump to the next, so just for time.
Can I ask, Chair Allen, before we go to the next one, since the last slide referenced the transition center, attached to the slide presentation is a memo from the county administrator on one Pima update. When do we expect, I know there's staffing going on right now, but ideally, when do we expect the transition center to be 7 days?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, we are just getting those positions posted. It took a while for us to create cost centers to be able to move funding from the opioid. My guess it's going to take us at least 4 to 6 weeks to actually hire. It's because we're looking at lived experience folks. It takes a little longer. So if I put a timeline out, we're looking potentially early April at the soonest.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I recognize the bureaucratic constraints that we have, as any local jurisdiction does. The one Pima plan was passed in November, and that would mean that there would almost be a 6-month gap between when we committed to a transition center expansion and when we're actually going to be seeing that. So I appreciate timeliness. I appreciate your hard work. These are all wins today that we need to be focused on, but let's not move at the speed of government, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Allen. So I'll take you through the final slides here real quickly, and we'll get to any remaining questions. Priority number 4 is around stabilizing housing and preventing homelessness. You'll hear today, agenda item 20 will be the consideration of 9 projects being brought forward to you by Community Workforce Development, 9 projects that have received staff recommendations and endorsement by the Pima County Regional Affordable Housing Commission. On March 3rd, Community Workforce Development and Development Services will also be bringing forward to the board for consideration and approval the 10-year housing strategy and funding plan. This aligns with the board policy, the 10-year funding plan, the board policy that outlines a 10-year funding plan for affordable housing development to both keep people housed and build more affordable housing. Continuing to work with County Geographic Information Systems team, as well as our community partners and Tucson Pima collaboration to end homelessness and the Southwest Institute Research for Women, or on Women rather, on the finalization of a regional dashboard. Right now, we're in the process of confirming information, relevant details provided by each of the respective shelter providers to ensure that we have all of the information accurate. And we continue to engage with community shelters on the various different enhancements and needs that will help them create humane and supportive low barrier environments. Next slide, please.
Director Darling.
Yes.
If I may, on the previous slide for the dashboard, is there a timeline for the kind of going live?
Chair Allen, right now, we're just finalizing getting some information. I don't have a strict timeline right now. We had hoped to have it done by the end of January, but we're working with trying to track down the information. We want to make sure that we at least get it live hopefully by the 1st of March, and we may have to have just shelter cards that just are placeholders until we get all of the actual details ready to go. But what we'd ideally like to have is something that once it goes live, it's live in full form.
Thank you.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
Following up on your question, in the same memo that I referenced earlier, at the last paragraph under priority area number 4, it says that your office continues to engage in dialogue with shelter providers to address operational challenges in low barrier shelters, emphasizing preventative strategies and clear standards for staffing and support. This includes overall analysis on the approaches and evolving operational considerations for shelter spaces that could encourage more acceptance and utilization. So that reads to me that we are working with shelter providers to try and do a more effective job of reaching out to people who have been resistant to shelter services or both. Is there going to be any kind of action plan that's developed in concert with those shelter providers to try and have some more effective outreach to the service and shelter resistant?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, Presently, the Tucson-Pima collaboration to end homelessness has created a shelter strategy that is, again, is aligned with ensuring that we have all shelters provide as low barrier setting as possible. As I'm sure you can appreciate, each of the shelters has different operational standards by which they are operated. I think our goal here for the board would be to identify sort of a baseline set of expectations that when we do our annual funding through our competitive process with federal dollars for emergency solution grant funds or community development block grant funding, that we align the board's priorities in some of those barrier settings, or the low barrier settings, versus I appreciate the question, but I think that in our goal would be that whenever we're funding these environments, that we're getting them to meet a barrier or an environment that meets the board's standard, if that's...
That's helpful, but given that we were asked to appoint a representative from this board, and Supervisor Cano is our representative, and a representative from the Sheriff's Department to the TPCH board, I don't know if what the shelter strategy that you're talking about is part of their overall strategic planning approach, but if the goal is to reach out to the people who have been resistant to shelter and services, not only in their best interest, but because their public behaviors are often of concern to other constituents, I would hope that's a high priority, not just for us, but for TPCH.
Yeah, well, Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, what I hope administration understands is that our county role is to be innovative in these approaches and to hold hands with TPCH, and One Pima should be encouraging and funding those additional barriers. So that can look a lot of different ways. We get a HUD grant, and an added scoring point on our funding system will be, do you have a storage space for the unsheltered? Or do you allow pets? And we can allow an additional point to be able to be considered in that application process. The innovation that I hope we have, similar to the shelter platform, how can we as a county actually fund it from a public health perspective? Because I think it's clear that we know why folks are not going. They're not going because they're not getting storage and they're not getting pets. And so I just hope that we can keep that in mind so that we can look for opportunities. We've just participated in a number of shelter visits in Midtown as District 5 with the District 3 office. And this is going to require some different thinking. And I fully appreciate the work that you are doing, Mrs. Darlin, to be able to advance the One Pima initiative with these regional partners. And I'm particularly wanting there to be an incentive-based participation into the platform. What I don't want is the perception to be the county is telling us what to do, how to do it. And I have a feeling that when we are looking for buy-in, whether that's through TPCH or not, that's what's going to end up happening. So we have to really, really navigate carefully, and I have full confidence that you're doing that on our behalf.
If I may just briefly, Chair Allen, to that point, I think that one of the challenges too is that the evolution and the standard approach to shelter is changing. So I think that that's going to be part of the conversation. The barriers that folks are coming in, yes, possessions, pets, partners, has long been standing to be thought to be the challenge, but these individuals are staying homeless longer, and the complexity of care that they need when they go into those environments is becoming much more challenging for our traditional setup. So we'll have more information on how that conversation is being informed for the April update to the board. Sorry, we are on number 5.
Chair Allen.
One more slide back, please.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. I neglected to ask this question when you were on priority number 3. But one of the priorities of One Pima, and it's listed under priority number 3, is expansion of the drug treatment alternative to prison program and the supportive treatment and engagement programs with services, DTAP and STEPS. And in the last paragraph under priority number 3, it says discussions are ongoing with the Pima County Attorney's Office, pretrial services, and public defense leadership on opportunities to enhance both those programs. Can we get, Ms. Lesher, some more information on the scope and nature of those conversations and when we might actually see some recommendations either to the board, or maybe it would be to the board and mayor and council.
Chair Allen and Supervisor Scott, we are looking at them primarily as they lean into the budget.
Okay.
Because we'll be looking to provide sort of an overall one Pima element within the budget and including additional funding for DTAP and STEPS. So I think no later than the end of April, when you see the tentative budget would be the latest, you'll start seeing the result of that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lesher. Thank you, Chair Allen.
Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. So the fifth and final priority is to support impacted neighborhoods and small businesses. We are looking to, and part of that is including the study, working with community workforce development on some neighborhood revitalization strategies for the Silver Lake Mission area. Again, on March 3rd, when Community Workforce and Development Services bring forward the 10-year housing strategy, there will be a set of recommendations that will bolster this priority of One Pima as well, which would include the consideration of additional community revitalization areas, which sort of signal an ongoing investment to areas that will also potentially bring in more outside investment from other programs as well. And then on March 28th, we will, Community Workforce again will be supporting a community resource event, working in partnership with the District 5 office. And finally, on this particular point, Economic Development is working on finalization of a policy aligned with small business supports. That will be part of the April 26th update. And next slide, please. And last but not least, at the January meeting of the board, a request was put forward to establish a One Pima webpage. And thanks to the dynamic team over at Pima County Communications, as well as IT's web development team, James Thornton and Bryce Potter, my apologies. We have a page, and it isn't just simply one particular page. It is a page that gives you a brief highlight of the 5 priorities as adopted by the board. Those cards to the left of your screen are hyperlinked to independent pages that go into more detail on each of the priorities. The next phase of the webpage will be to build out a link to the data, which will be all metrics associated with One Pima activities. So that's where we'll be posting the information related to the number of sites cleaned up in a particular quarter or phase. We'll also have information on the number of households that have been served through affordable housing funds. And again, deep appreciation to James Thornton and Bryce Potter, who right now are finalizing a few of the extra I's to be dotted and T's to be crossed. The page is live. You can search for it from the county's webpage. We're finalizing where it's going to land and rest, as well as a small little a little abbreviated website address, which we'll be able to send to the board once it's all tidied up. And with that, I'm happy to take any additional questions.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Cano.
Thank you. I feel like there should be a bingo of when I'm thanking you, Ms. Darland. You know, I want to reiterate my thank you to you and to the county administration for making the One Pima plan have the legs that it deserves. This board adopted this plan to have a holistic approach to better coordination with our government's partners and the nonprofit and private sector. And we are really just at the beginning of this 2-year commitment. And so I applaud your work. I want to ensure that related to the Safer Center, we are getting access to timely information with CBI. We are spending a lot of money in a short amount of time, and we were missing 2 reports today. I have full confidence that we are doing incredible work there. I look forward to visiting the Safer Center and met some of the staff, coincidentally working on the data side at a community function, and they are ecstatic about the investment. And so looking forward to that. I want to update the board that the impacted neighborhoods surrounding the jail in the Silver Lake Mission Reinvestment Zone also had a roundtable 2 weeks ago. It might have been last week, but I'm losing track of time. And I would describe it as a breath of fresh air for
the county to be listening as an adjacent neighbor and as the landlord in the area surrounding the jail, surrounding the fleet services building. I mean, that entire sector we are the owners of. And so as we look for ways to mitigate some of the decades of disinvestment in the area, I am really encouraged by our ability to improve quality of life, to reduce poverty in the area, and to be there as a county with the infrastructure support to be able to give these impacted neighborhoods the breath of fresh air that they have been asking for and that they deserve. And last but not least, related to cleanups, I was out on the loop not too long ago, about a week ago, and I have not seen improvement from my first tour, perhaps in August or October, from the corridors between Grant and Congress. And I would like to ensure that we prioritize cleanup in those areas with our contracted service, because I'm hearing from the West Side neighborhoods that that is a top concern. I've reiterated that to county administration, but I want to ensure that I do that on the dais. Thank you, Chair Allen.
All right. Well, thank you, folks. I'm going to move us along to agenda item 17. This is an update on the Pima County Climate Action Plan.
Chair Allen, members of the board, Administrator Lesher, it is an honor to be here for you today to talk about the Climate Action Plan for county operations and our Pima Can effort. So we'll just jump right into it. Next slide. Today I'll be giving updates on all movement across the plan, but highlight key areas for discussion, primarily the kickoff that we had post the board adoption of our Climate Action Plan for county operations and the implementation plan. We kicked off all of these efforts on January 9th with our climate action team to fully inventory our first year goals, strategies, and accomplishments that we hope to complete in year one. I want to focus some time of this update to talk about our carbon and energy priorities, specifically looking at our full building and facilities footprint and energy audits. Extreme heat kickoff and preseason planning, which, although it is cold and rainy today, does start in February, and so a lot of effort has been directed towards extreme heat work. And I want to update the board in conjunction with memorandum that was provided earlier last week around the county's participation in the Tucson Electric Power Integrated Resource Process. Next slide, please. So with the approval of the CAPCO and its partner document, the climate action teams did kick off our first year with a January 9th workshop to really underscore the first year goals. Carbon is a big component of that, as underscored by the board adopted resolution last May. We have a very, very aggressive goal to reduce our carbon emissions by 60% from 2021 levels. So I want to be pretty data driven and rooting us back into what that looks like with the graphic on the left. The blue emissions is our actual emissions, which include TEP's commitment to renewable energy. The green is our activities in renewable energy and energy efficiency without TEP's commitment, and the orange is business as usual if we did nothing. And as you can see on the right, the 38,000 metric tons of carbon emissions equivalent is our goal for 2020. That reflects the 60% reduction. So I want to really highlight for subsequent slides the difference between the green line and the blue line, because that really does affect our participation in TEP's integrated resource planning process and our strategic investments to meet our goals. As you know, most of our emissions are made up from our county facilities portfolio, our regional wastewater and reclamation efforts, and fleet. One new area of data that we are going to proceed into is commuter emissions and associated baselining of that data. Next slide, please. So today we're going to highlight on facilities and operations and the commuter emissions. As you know, regional wastewater and reclamation is already well ahead in some of their work on facilities and equipment upgrades and some of their strategic use of energy efficiency projects, as is our fleet services. One key component that will underpin this whole plan is a full audit of our buildings. And so we will make that as exciting as possible, but it really is data-driven on how we look at energy efficiency investments, renewable energy opportunities, and aligning it with the integrated infrastructure plan. I really want to give a shout out to our team at Department of Environmental Quality, who puts out the Pima Association of Governments Travel Reduction Plan survey. We really sought to increase our participation rate last year to really try to get a good baseline for commuter emissions. It usually hovers around 39%. It eclipsed 55%, which we're going to hope to get more and more participation as the years go on. But I do want to say the volume of travel pledges that came into our DEQ department to reduce the Pima County commuter emissions was double what it usually is in the last quarter of last year. And I think a lot of that is due to our increased communication and engagement of county staff. So that is huge. Next slide, please. So carbon and energy, this really is a foundational component of a lot. Not just our Pima County Climate Action Plan, but what we're seeing in utility costs, how we're participating and engaging in Tucson Electric Power's integrated resource planning effort, and how we're evaluating the energy efficiency projects we've already done. And so we are collectively working to do that in year one. As you can imagine, our facilities portfolio and energy performance is wide ranging, and it will require different initiatives to meet different needs based on aging infrastructure, location of the buildings, what type of services we provide in those buildings, such as the downtown footprint is going to have more energy efficiency strategies, whereas our buildings that have more land have more opportunity for renewable strategies. So that is going to be the first year. And one really exciting deployment based on these strategies and looking at our buildings and how they rank on energy efficiency, we're looking kind of in that mid-range building, right? And one really key accomplishment that will kick off our CAPCO is our Abrams Solar Project. And we really were data-driven and strategic about how we picked that project. We looked at a mid-performing building. Abrams is our public health center, providing services not just in our public health facility, vital records. It has a family medicine clinic in it, and it has leased space and is often used for community meetings. And it has a lot of parking around it. It is a bond-funded facility, and so it provides, this project's really exciting to me. We plan to complete it on May 30th, 2026, but it's twofold, right? So not only is it going to provide renewable energy generation to our essential services down at Ajo and Country Club, but it also provides solar to shade opportunities. So we've got infants coming in for vital records for birth certificates. We have patients coming in for family medicine clinics. It is in a vulnerable census tract. And so how we continue to think about things that are these multiple layers of wins for the community is how we also look at our energy efficiency and renewable generation strategies. So in alignment with this audit and our audit of our energy efficient investments, we want to evaluate the building that we're in right now. As you know, there were many investments to redo this building, which is the Admin East building. We're going to evaluate that and what that meant in terms of cost savings, energy generation, all of our kilowatts per hour used, and really apply that to other aging infrastructure opportunities. Similarly, we're going to be developing a data analytics tool for tracking all these actual emissions, which will go on the Pima CAN website. Next slide, please. Heat season. So we, again, it is a cold, rainy day, which is perfect to talk about heat pre-season planning. As many of you know, the city of Tucson convened and kicked off their third annual Southern Arizona Heat Summit, of which many community partners, jurisdictions, community-based organizations, the university, and the state engaged as planning support, plenary speakers, breakout session facilitators, including many county departments, specifically breakout sessions on extreme heat and public health, energy in our grid, heat workforce protections, and bolstering kind of our cooling center network. This really is a pivotal annual event that convenes lots of stakeholders together that will continue to work together throughout heat season. So one critical component of what we're doing this heat season is heat vulnerability mapping. We're using 2024 data. Why? It was the hottest summer on record with extreme heat in April and a post-season extreme heat wave in October, which led to increased heat risk, heat deaths, and heat presentations in our area hospitals. It also had 2 major power outages. And during those power outages, our cooling center network website got over 5,000 hits within the first hour of that power outage. So that underscores the importance of our cooling center network. And so what we're doing collectively is kind of convening our data to look at census tract demographic data, the heat risk indices and social vulnerability data, and we're adding it to our heat-related illness and death data. So we're looking at heat priority zones. That's really important to overlay our cooling center network map in geospatial technology to make sure we have cooling resources where we're seeing some of these high incidence rates of heat-related illness. We're also using that to kind of inform our neighborhood approach. I think there's a lot of social cohesion opportunities, and this is something that's underscored in both Pima CAN and One Pima, is to look at neighborhood opportunities to bolster that kind of trust and utilization of the cooling center network and make sure we get critical resources that we need across the community. The final thing on heat planning, we all share communications materials so that we say the same message collectively across the community. It's become a huge asset to our risk planning and ways that we get the word out to the community. Next slide, please. Finally, we provided the board a memorandum about Pima County's participation in Tucson Electric Power's integrated resource planning process. This is required by the Arizona Corporation Commission every 3 years, and we will provide a recommendation to Tucson Electric Power on the portfolios. What the meetings have been to date have been really foundational in understanding the energy demands, utilization, cost, portfolio, and we will be receiving some proposed portfolio recommendations from TEP by which our county will convene across our climate teams folks to do environmental reviews on air quality, costs, demand, and making sure that that portfolio, again, our success in our climate plans are also based on TEP's commitment to some of this mixed portfolio in renewable energy generation. Next slide, please. And finally, I just want to do a quick overview while we had kind of focus areas because those are the biggest areas that need to be actioned. We are using our heat vulnerability mapping to also inform our landscapes chapters, green infrastructure investments, and our tree planting strategies. We are moving forward also with the invasive species administrative procedure for consideration, which would hold our county departments accountable for invasive species remediation on our properties. And water, we are doing the ever exciting audit of our water use in our county facilities, which we have been really great about our water use across our county facilities with an average annual 15% reduction. So that will be very exciting. And finally, I want to underscore the Pima County Green Stewards. It is a coalition that brings forth this critical engagement opportunity and education for all staff. We open up monthly roundtables to highlight everything that we are doing on the climate action plan and ways to get staff informed and involved. Spring roundtables included a CAPCO overview in January, the Sonoran Desert Conservation Plan 25th anniversary. We're going to do something for Bike Month, and we're doing landscapes and smartscapes programming and heat season awareness. That concludes my slides, but I would be remiss to not include an update that happened on February 12th, which is a bit of a federal update pertaining to the Environmental Protections Agency repeal of the endangerment finding. We, per virtue of the board adopted resolution, are committed to reducing our emissions by 60% from 2021 levels. So we will be proceeding onward. But that is a substantial piece of public health, sustainability, and climate policy. And so we will provide a more robust memo. I believe it will be tied up in legal excitement for the next few months, but we will provide the board a bigger update from Pima County's Department of Environmental Quality that will update on state and local impacts for air quality monitoring. And with that, I will conclude my presentation.
Madam Chair.
Why does he always go first?
Supervisor Christie.
with which you just referenced, the Trump administration has seriously curtailed a lot of the regulations from the previous administration and the EPA regarding these issues that you've outlined. Do you see anything being jeopardized as far as funding for this program that you just described?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, a lot of our funding, grant funding from that was outlined in the Biden administration has already been curbed. And so in a lot of ways, what we're doing with energy efficiency is looking across what does it cost? How do we budget for it? What saves money? As we see increasing energy costs, how can we save money through energy efficiency projects? The endangerment finding was enacted in 2009, so we really see more state local policy impacts on that from emissions criteria and how that kind of unfolds in our air quality monitoring. But I will also ask Deputy County Administrator Tabonis for any additional comment other than what I've outlined.
Chair Allen and Supervisor Christie, I don't have anything to add.
Madam Chair, just there's no non-compliance issues with these new directives on our part in Pima County that you might be thinking might expose any kind of funding?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, not at this time, no.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Allen. Question, thanks for the presentation. With regard to the carbon working group, I noticed that wastewater treatment operations accounts for 46%, I think that was right, 46% of the county government's emissions. Would it be, or maybe there are, but would maybe representatives, one or two reps from wastewater to be involved with a carbon working group? Is that currently, I didn't see that. Is that something we could do maybe?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Hines, they are part of the Carbon and Energy Working Group. And I will write that down more clearly, but they are huge assets to our Carbon and Energy Working Group.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you, Chair Allen. Ms. Davis, I might have made this request previously, but I'm not sure if I did. With regard to the wildfire and invasive species plan that's going to be forthcoming, given that we have so much state and federal land adjacent to county land, as well as obviously private property owners, can that plan address the partnerships that we have with those other governmental entities?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, absolutely. That's underscored in the wildfire mitigation plan and also will be underscored in the community wildfire protection plan, which is the regional plan, which is being developed right now. As we drive down to CAPCO level, we're going to support across our county departments, of which we have huge land resources, how we identify and partner with those jurisdictions, communities, neighbors, neighborhood associations on invasive species remediation specifically. But it all ties back to that really foundational regional partnership in those two bigger regional plans.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Allen.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Davis. We're going to keep plowing forward with one last presentation, and that is going to be on the addendum item number 4. And that is a presentation of Pima County Strategic Plan Overview.
Thank you, Chair Allen and Board of Supervisors. I'll be as brief as possible. Next slide. Please note that as I present this information, we're early in the budget process. So there may be changes to this prior to the recommendation of budget, but we just want you to be able to see how we are looking at the information we're gathering at this time. Next slide. Some key takeaways. First, at the tactic level, we have about 81% of available tactics in use by cost centers within the county. It's a fairly high percentage for the first year we're doing this, thanks to the past several years of introducing pillars, goals, strategies, and tactics. It may still point to the fact that we need to look at them more carefully. Have they been applied correctly and consistently? And see if any of them are too specific or repetitive to make sure we get good coverage of the entire plan. I'd also like to point out that Pillar 1, Public Service, has the highest concentration of both the number of departments and the amount of resources requested. Many of the internal service departments reside entirely within this pillar, and many operational or external service departments choose to align with the tenets of public service, not surprising, as the root description of everything we do is public service. Next slide. All right, just looking at the top 5 tactics through 3 different lenses: total number of departments, total number of cost centers, and the highest amount budgeted. They're highlighted, it's hard to see, but they are also bolded. So these 2 tactics provide outstanding department services and achieve department operation plan objectives. Both in Pillar 1, rank in the top through all different measurements. What you do see in the dollars is you see some shifting of the top 5. This is where high concentration of dollars, such as the capital program under managed projects via best practices, or implementing fiscal stewardship, which has our county, sorry, I'll never say the word right, which has our fund reserves in it, tilts the order those go, just due to the high dollar concentration. All right, next slide. So this slide we showed in December 2nd. I just bring it up to point out that we did add a new narrative area to specifically address how the department as a whole aligns with the strategic plan and prosperity initiative, and that at the program level, we'll have specific goals, objectives, and performance measures. These will be used as a part of each department's annual action plan. Next slide. Here are 2 examples to look at. In CWD, the majority of resource alignments.
Chair Allen.
Oh, Supervisor Scott.
Sorry for interrupting. Ms. Cole, could you go back to the previous slide? When it says tactics, objectives, and metrics are currently under review, could you summarize that review process?
So what we're doing as the budget is being looked at from a resource perspective, we're also looking at the narrative information they gave us, how they describe their what they do, their functions, their services, their goals, and what their performance measures are. Those are in every budget book that you've seen every year. This is the first time we're looking for alignment to the strategic plan. So when I say what is the process, I mean that I'm looking at it. I'm sharing that with county administration, and then we're going to meet with, or I will meet with each director to just confirm that what I'm seeing them put in this process is accurate and consistent with what they're doing, what they intend to do. And then we'll take that information to create an action plan for each department that can summarize to the county level.
Thank you, Ms. Cole. Thank you, Chair Allen.
All right, next slide. So again, in this one, we're showing you some examples of things we can see with information that has been entered along with the budget process. So in CWD, that majority of resources are in that Pillar 2, quality of life, 79%. That shows direct alignment with the Prosperity Initiative. Many of the department's everyday work is geared towards improving quality of life. No surprises. If we look at transportation, which is more of a public works type versus a community service type, you see a shift in that. So Pillar 1 has a little over a third, and that's public service, and Pillar 3 has a little bit over the majority of their work, right? So that constructing and maintaining our transportation system is the focus of transportation. So I just want to point out that this just shows that they are focused on that operations and modernization, as well as customer service and responsiveness, and fiscal stewardship. So that's what you see from these two different things. I do also post the Prosperity Initiative alignment, and you can see how in a community services department, we have a lot of direct alignment. And in a operational public works, we do still have some alignment, even though that may not be immediately apparent. All right, next slide. So here I've added another table to the right to look a little bit deeper at community workforce development. And I'd like to highlight actually the fourth row down. So this is workforce development, job skills, training, employer services. That's referencing budget group or program 6184, which is the workforce development group. All right, within this budget group, there are 9 different cost centers. They all provide workforce development activities, but they're broken down by categories such as adult, veteran, youth, or business employer services, or other relevant breakdowns. So this group measures the number of individuals served by those various categories. It will measure the number of employers assisted and jobs supported, retained, and created. So that's an example of not really changing our process at all, but applying the strategic plan to what we typically do in the budget book. And that's what we expect to see going forward. All right, next slide. We're just continuing to work with the budget team, with departments to review this year, and we're on track with our communications team to get a website, an updated look, a fully publishable strategic plan in the near future. So thank you for the opportunity. Any other questions?
All right. Thank you, Ms. Cole. We are now going to move over to, we are at item general, regular agenda, item number 20. This is the fiscal year 25-26 Pima gap funding for affordable housing development and preservation.
Chair Allen,
That was Supervisor Kano.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1. Item number 21. Short-term crisis and emergency resources grants. This is round 2, an allocation of $855,000. I will move the item.
Second for now.
Okay, all right. Seconded for now by Supervisor Hines. Discussion. Oh,
Go ahead.
It's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Allen and colleagues. I'm debating one proposed modification, just that if we might consider bifurcating the limit from just a $75,000 across the board to maybe having a different limit for entities providing any legal services. My understanding is that ones that do this usually are spending upwards of $250,000. So maybe making it like $75,000 for pretty much everything else, but if it's a viable program or plan or whatever for an entity that is providing legal services, they, at the discretion of the commission, right? They could potentially go up to 125 for legal services. If that's if anyone would like to make that modification or discuss it more, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
To the suggestion from my colleague from District 2, I'm recalling that when we did the first round of allocations, there were questions about legal services and whether we could actually provide in that area. Is that something that either the county administrator or deputy county attorney could address?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, we can look into it. It really depends on the use. how the funds are intended to be used, and what the intention is. If you have more details.
So, Chair Allen, just to follow up on that point, the recommendations for the use of these funds are made to us by the outside agency review committee. Mr. Brown, are you suggesting that the county attorney's office would want to also vet any proposals that came in under legal services?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, that is correct. We've examined some of these requests in the past. At times, we found statutory authority to do so, sometimes through implied authority coupled with board policy. But it is a detailed analysis that we'd like to go through each and every time.
Just for that particular area?
Really, any time we want to spend general funds on legal services.
Okay, all right. And then I just wanted to ask Supervisor Hines, with regard to your recommendation, how did you arrive at that figure of 125,000?
Thank you for the question. So just in discussing with groups like IRC and others, what they had previously been budgeting and doing in terms of legal services in their organizations, the number 250,000 or more was what we have been told. So that's why the limit of 75,000 that's applied also to legal services isn't. I mean, lawyers are expensive. I get it. So the 125, I didn't feel like saying all the way up to 250,000. So I was just kind of like splitting the difference there. That's all.
I don't have any issue with the recommendation that my colleague is making, as long as, and it sounds like it's already going to happen, that the county attorney or whoever she designates is reviewing anything that. Would you review that before it goes before the outside agency review committee, or in conjunction with them?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Scott, I'm not sure. I think what's difficult is not knowing what the use will be, not knowing what the facts are around the use. And I'm not sure in order of operations if it makes more sense for us to review before or after.
It almost seems to me, not trying to act like an armchair attorney, but it almost seems to me, considering everything that committee has to consider, while they're also considering regular outside agency funding at the same time frame as we saw in the memo attached to this item. I think it would be better if you did those reviews before, because why have them devote that time?
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Kano.
Oh, I'm sorry. Were you looking for a response really quick?
I don't know if I think he's still talking with the county administrator. So is before possible, Mr. Brown?
Sure. Yes, Supervisor Scott, before it's possible, I'll work with county administration.
Very good. Thank you.
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I'm reluctant to make any changes to the framework that we had in the first round of this really important relief, and I'm doing that, saying that because number one, I don't want there to be any unfair advantage to any one particular organization, and if we're bifurcating if we are splicing the limited resources that we have available with the hopes that one entity will be able to be both eligible and able to access a significant part of these funds, that's not the work of this board. I think it's the work of the outside agency committee to come with their recommendations. And what I'm really trying to ensure doesn't happen again, as I think has happened in multiple iterations, is that just because one organization does not get funded, suddenly the entire process did not work out. So I want to avoid that in the second round. And I also appreciate the finance director and administrator for looking at what available resources we have to offer this incredible investment in the people of Pima County, given the unprecedented need. And so that's just my 2 cents. I am happy to look at next year's budget for a very specific allocation to a particular service, but it's important for this process to be as nearly identical to what we did in the first round. That's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
And I don't want to take up a lot of time, but is there a possibility that I could maybe get from the county administrator just a brief synopsis to remind me and to clarify why this is called short-term crisis and emergency resources when the board is going to make a consideration of recommended awards not until April 21st? I don't understand the short-term crisis and emergency resources part of this whole thing.
Chair Allen and Supervisor.
I know it's the second round and we voted on it before.
Thank you. Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, I'm sorry, sir.
I'm certain I didn't vote for it the first time. I just want to clarify why we call it short-term crisis and emergency resources and we're not making a recommendation until April 21st.
Chair Allen and Supervisor Christie, you're correct. This is the second round of funding. When this came to the board, when we first began this in September or so of last year, when there was a variety of governmental shutdowns, we had SNAP funding problems. We had significant need, primarily we had in the some of our food pantries, the community food bank and such, and we expedited that funding round to be the short-term emergency funding so we could get those dollars out the door by the end of the year. At that time, the board asked that we come back again with a second round. We have done that and have just kept the format the same.
Then I guess I would just add that in terms of adjusting the sort of maximum request amount for any particular category, I think I'm more comfortable with having a set amount, if the $75K that an organization can request, and somewhat because it is. I think that all of the areas sort of warrant and require a good chunk of resources, right? Providing housing and utility assistance right now is also incredibly timely. Food assistance, transportation, and medical assistance. So it's hard for me to justify increasing the request cap in one category, in only one category. So, okay.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
As a way of navigating the intricacies of these proposals and also taking into account what you just said, which is that we're going to need, we're really putting our finger in the dike here in terms of the widespread community need. Is there willingness to give the outside agency's review committee some latitude in terms of recommending to the board amounts higher than that threshold if they feel that that not only that individual request is warranted, but that they can meet the other needs in as equitable a fashion as possible? In other words, is there a way to empower them even more than we already have?
I would say I could support that if the argument is that there is a gap in the field, right? Like there are many organizations that do one particular thing. And so if there are very few organizations providing a need and there's a gap in that need, then I could see a justification given, and then that the, I'm overdue for lunch, that the outside, streaming words together, that the outside agency committee could then have that sort of leeway to be able to be more responsive if there's an identifiable gap in service that is legitimately not being covered.
Sure, Alan.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. Would maybe just setting the limit for 125,000 across the board instead of having two different limits be more reasonable?
Supervisor Kano.
Thank you, Chair Allen. I'm going to reiterate that we should not be, we had a process that was successful, that worked. If the recommendation is 800 and we're increasing what organizations are going to apply for, given that we are not receiving federal or state support in these priority areas, we're only going to be able to really then support 4, 5, 6 entities at that level. And that is, this is not supposed to supplement the entirety of the federal funding cuts. This is supposed to be short-term budgetary investments from this county. So I would not be in favor of that. I am comfortable with Supervisor Scott's suggestion that perhaps we allow the outside agency to review where there could be some exceptions for increased investment, but this is, I'm going to reiterate, we cannot form this county-wide policy and investment for one organization.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott?
I appreciate Supervisor Cano's comments because I think it's important that agencies that are applying have familiarity with the process. I mean, that's what we've really looked to do, for example, with the gap funding process, is we adjust it based on how things have played out, but we strive for continuity and consistency. But I think if there's that caveat that I mentioned earlier that Supervisor Cano just referred to, that the Outside Agencies Committee, based on their deliberations, both specifically and holistically, could go beyond that, then I think given that they're the ones getting into the weeds on this, I'd like them to have that authority.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Scott, what are you proposing?
Essentially just that we tell the Outside Agencies Committee that the thresholds that were set remain in place, but that they could recommend to us some adjustment based on the merits of an individual proposal and whether or not that adjustment would have an effect on overall equity.
Supervisor Cano?
I'm coming up with a creative solution, and I don't know if it'll satisfy my colleague from District 2. In the application process, if there is an opportunity for the applying organization to provide a summary of emergency financial need greater than the support that they are requesting, that can then be reviewed by the outside agency committee as a factor or as a set of information to help inform their decision and their recommendations to the board. Is that something, and let staff figure that out, right? But I'm hearing that you are going to, I want to respect Supervisor Hines that this particular fund exists because of your advocacy. But I also do not want to set an unfair advantage in that application process. But I think a statement of exceptional need or something similar to that might be able to be a good in-between that I hope will allow all applicants to be able to demonstrate why perhaps they would be requesting additional funds. Is that a good in-between and vague enough for the administrator to?
That sounds fine to me. What are we exactly telling this commission to do, though? Because I think that might be not very clear to them.
Chair Allen and Supervisor Hines, I'm going to look to staff to see if they've got clarity. I see you writing madly, so I want to know what's going to OA. Thank you.
Chair Allen, members of the board, I'm hearing that there is going to remain a cap, but that we open it up to where there might be additional needs from any organization that might be providing a singular service that is not widely captured throughout the community.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott.
I think the 4 words that Supervisor Cano used, statement of exceptional need, can definitely be guiding, but I also am confident they'll continue to look at everything holistically, as well as whatever they might find in any specific proposal.
Right. So my understanding is that that does not necessarily need to be reflected as an amendment, that was some guidance, but we can approve the item as it is written on the agenda. So where did we then move the item?
Yeah,
It's seconded by Supervisor Hines. If not already, it is now. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1. I am going to suggest that we take a break. Or a little, a lunch break, in fact. And then we will reconvene and we will cruise through the rest of these agenda items efficiently. Okay?
Yeah, there's not much left, is there?
No. 30 minute? Yeah. All right. All right, we are back to finish up an agenda. Let's see, we left off at item number 26. So let's see. I am actually going to see if we can bundle 26 and 28 together.
I'll second that if that was a motion.
It was.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion?
Why not? Why not 27?
Yes. So seconded, discussion. All those in favor? Say
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Items 26 and 28 pass 5-0. Item number 27, I would like to make the motion that we continue this item for the meeting, 2 meetings. So that would be March 3rd, the second meeting in March, March 17th.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion?
Just curious as to why the request to continue. I'll support it. Just wanted to know their justification.
So I need some clarification around whether this is a salary increase for the Ajo Court Administrator, or I can also read from the BOSER that this is creating a new position or increasing the salary of an existing position that oversees people who are providing support and management at the Ajo Court. I'm still unclear which two this is. There's also some legislation that is moving its way through the Arizona legislature that is related to this. So both get time for some clarification and time to kind of see what happens with that legislation.
Got it. Thank you.
If I may, Chair Allen, is there anything from the, I guess, does staff know where this specific request for this came from? Like, and will delaying it cause an issue with the requesting entity?
Chair Allen, Supervisor Hine, this came from the courts, and they are looking, it had been my understanding when I followed up, it was simply to get all of those positions in line, but there is a question about the interpretation. I can work with the courts to make sure if it's holding someone up from funding at this point, and we can talk with the board.
Madam Chair,
Great, thank you.
is this dealing specifically with the court out in Ajo?
All those in favor of continuing the item until the March 17th meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Opposed?
Item passes 4-1. Moving on to item 29. This is the naming of Canoa Preserve Park softball field number 1 to the Ivan Allison Field.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I so move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, I just feel compelled to give a brief biography of why we are naming it the Ivan Allison Ballpark. He came from Michigan and purchased a home in Green Valley in 1996 and was passionately involved in developing softball in southern Arizona before the Baja Sporting Club was formed. He was an organizer and relentless recruiter, getting people to come play softball, even if a person said they didn't play softball. He was instrumental in Baja becoming an organization and helped write the bylaws and fundraise. If something had to be done, Ivan didn't even wait until the next morning. Ron Koff and Ivan bought Baja's first tractor to maintain the fields at Sahuarita Park for $700. Baja is the nickname or the nomenclature for the softball league in the Green Valley area. In 2003, Ivan revived the Tucson Showdown Senior Invitational Tournament for men and women and organized enough Baja players to put a team into a tournament. Ivan organized a team of 65-year-old Baja players to travel to tournaments in Phoenix, Las Cruces, and Yuma and more. When Ivan passed away, the family requested that donations be made to the Parklands Foundation, and he died on July 31st, 2011. So he has a long and storied past with the softball league in Green Valley, and it's most fitting that it be named after him. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great. Thank you. Supervisor Hines?
Oh, I was just going to vote for it.
Oh, okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. Moving on to item 32. This is resolution number 2026-7, extinguishment of alley easement. I move to approve the resolution.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. I want to note that we have the date wrong for the continuation of item 27. The second meeting in March is March 24th. So March 24th.
We changed it.
To avoid, right, because it conflicts with spring break. Yes. Moving on to item 33. This is an amendment of award to Amazon.com for an annual award of $1.7 million for a cumulative not to exceed contract of $8.05 million. I will move the item. Seconded by Vice Chair Hines. Any discussion? I will know, we kind of looked back a little bit at the history of the contract and found in 2018 that this initial contract was for $150,000, not to exceed $300,000. 5 months later, it got another $100K added to it. 3 months later, it was another $150K. A year later, it was another $400K, getting up to not to exceed $950,000. So it is a startling jump up to not to exceed of $8 million. Yeah, just wanted to throw out a little history there.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. And maybe to staff as well. I'm assuming we're doing this because this is saving the county a considerable amount of dollars, which is hopefully great. I'm just curious though if efforts are also concurrently being made to source some of the things we are getting through this Amazon contract locally.
Chair Allen and Supervisor Hines, we look at it in a couple of ways. One, and first of all, yes, it's because of costs. Our procurement director works with local businesses to get them included also on an Amazon app so that people can also have access to them. There are workshops about how to do business with Amazon that he has been facilitating to come at it from that platform in addition to direct select.
All right, thank you.
That makes me feel better. Thank you. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. Item number 34, Runbeck Election Services. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
if you look in Exhibit A, the scope of work for Runbeck Election Services and the area of expertise, not once does he say anywhere in the scope of work that he's with Pima County. Not once, but he does say Pinal County 9 times. 9 times. And it was all signed off by the proper administration people, but it's all Pinal County.
Administrator Lesher, my understanding is that, well, it's not my understanding, reading it, it says that this is a cooperative agreement with Mojave County, and my understanding is that that is it's a procurement strategy to drive down costs, entering into cooperative agreements with other entities, but I don't, there's more you can say about that.
That is it, Chair Allen. It is that we work, as you say, you point out, we work with cooperative agreements. So we've been working with the Mojave contract, which could also be based in some way on Pinal.
So it doesn't require a specific agreement that includes Pima County? And Mojave isn't Pinal County.
No, I understand. It is. we're looking at, I'm just looking at the contract that is approved by the chair of the Pima County Board of Supervisors. It is a contract with Pima County as part of the cooperative agreement.
Say Pima County anywhere.
Chair Allen and
Well, it
staff.
begins with the contract is between Pima County Political Subdivision of the State of Arizona and Runback Election Services. That's the opening,
If I
correct?
may, Chair Allen and colleagues, it looks like that my colleague from District 4 is referencing Exhibit A, which does include the description of like what they're going to do, and that does reference Pinal County in the Exhibit A scope of work attachment, but the underlying contract to which it is attached does properly reference Pima County.
Thank you.
I'm curious if Mr. Brown, do we need to worry about that?
Madam Chair, Supervisor, Vice Chair, as long as I think if the board approves this item with the acknowledgement of the Scribner's error and we correct the Scribner's error, I think it's fine.
Great, thank you. In which case, do we
Madam
need
Chair.
to amend the motion and second or anything, or do we just say that?
I think the motion should acknowledge that the exhibit has the wrong county. It should be on the record.
Okay, so the motion, the amended motion is to approve the item,
Scope of, well, the whole thing.
approve the item with a note that the Exhibit A within the contract should be specific to Pima County.
Still second.
Seconded by Supervisor Hines. Discussion, Supervisor Cano?
I want to thank, Chair Allen, thank you. I want to thank my colleague from District 4 for bringing this to our attention. And given that this is related to elections, I think it's better if we postpone and have a clean copy so that we will ensure that the scope of work is according to how we need it. It's the same, it's going to be the same language, right, that I think is included in the motion, but I'm not comfortable with procurement having sent us a scope of work that perhaps was a carbon copy for another agreement.
I will let the recorder know. We will make the amendment. She can amend the documents, we'll bring them back.
I haven't, well, what's the will of the board?
Well, I think you're testing the waters. I think my concern is that because it is an elections item, that there might be some need for getting the contract in place so that we can move forward with it.
For what, Madam Chair? For whatever it's worth, I'm comfortable with making the notation that it should say Pima County and moving it forward. I won't bring it up on the RTA stuff anymore.
Chair Allen.
Okay.
I just want to point out that the contract itself references the scope of work and the activities that are going to happen. So as long as the motion is referencing that we clearly intend for this to be Pima County, I think it's fine. I think the concern would be probably elevated if it were in the contract, but it's just describing the activities, so I think it's okay.
Okay. Okay. So we will stick with the motion, the second. That was our discussion. We will give it to a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Item passes 5-0. Through our consent, we are on to a few last items. Oh, wait a minute. Request to waive. Few last items in the addendum. So addendum item number 2. This is the joint meeting between Pima County Board of Supervisors and the City of Tucson. This item establishes the date for the meeting of March 3rd. This is a date that coincides with our next Board of Supervisors meeting. By next, I do mean next. It would be a break from 12 to 2:30 for us in that meeting if we have not concluded our meeting prior to 12. And it would be held at the PAG office, again, at 1 East Broadway.
Field trip.
Do I have?
Is that a second?
That is
Or-
the
okay,
motion.
then I will second that.
Seconded by Vice Chair Hines. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And that takes us to item number 7 in the addendum. Correct. It does. The Chase Building Team. This is a contract. It's actually multiple construction companies, contract, a procurement. I will move the item.
Second.
Seconded by Vice Chair Hines. Discussion.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
with this renovation of what will be the former elections and recorders offices on South Country Club, we're looking for this is the Drexel Road building, for $3.8 million in tenant improvements. Am I reading that right? Well,
Item 7.
wasn't 1 million?
This was specific to Drexel.
This is what we had questions about during the agenda.
What is it?
The total amount we've got invested, that we will have invested in renovating the Drexel office or building to accommodate both the recorder and the Department of Elections.
So, Madam Chair and Supervisor Christie, so the item that's presented in front of you today is an amendment to an existing master agreement that has multiple contracting firms associated with it. So the request is including the $2.8 million, right? The amendment adds a one-time increase of $2.8 million. The renovations to the Drexel facility are part of that. I hesitate to say at this time if the 2.8 are entirely focused on that. We'd need to clarify that and return to the board with that information. But what you're doing here, or being requested to do, is to amend that contract, add $2.8 million in increased funding to the master agreement. And one of the projects, right, that will receive those renovations is the Drexel facility. Just not sure if it's exclusively related to that at this time.
And if I may, Chair Allen and Supervisor Christie, I know there is a memorandum attached, excuse me, of January 29th from Rod Lane, who's our director, and it appears to indicate there that there's 33 Northstone stairwell is $531,000. Drexel facility is $1,416,472. And then there are two facilities projects at the juvenile court heat and the an 8-inch fire main replacement that total $800,000. So there are, as Deputy County Administrator DeBonis noted, it is allocated to a variety of projects.
Okay. I guess my overarching question is, what is the county's plan when it comes to the Country Club Road facility once it's moved out? What do we plan to do with that?
Chair Allen and Supervisor Christie, that is part of an overall conversation we're having about the use of buildings, who's moving out of what buildings downtown, that we'll be bringing back to the board in a complete overview of what that might look like. And I think we've been looking at a variety of options for the country club facility.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Christie, exactly as County Administrator Lusher indicated to you, the project design and construction team is looking at our space utilization. And if you recall back to the original retreat that the board held, we had some conversation about space utilization in the downtown area. So we will expect to come back to you during one of the upcoming study sessions and give you a briefing on how space will be used throughout the downtown area and other locations like the country club facility that are going to be vacated.
Okay, so it's in the works, it's in the mix. Okay, thank you.
Chair Allen?
Yes, Supervisor Connor.
Administrator Lesher and Mr. DeBonis, just to be clear, however, we are not discussing the country club location today, and is that true? Okay, and I think what is trying to be inferred from this dais is the total amount that we have spent on repurposing some of these facilities that have gone toward federally approved projects, FYI. And I just want to say keep going in this master planning to figure out how our county facilities are going to continue to be adapting to the resources that we need at hand. Administrator Lesher, this is a good opportunity for me to ask a question that I too hope to get some additional information on. When we're looking at the this being kind of a master agreement, I am curious if our county, with all of the contractors that are attached to a master agreement like this, Duraso, Kittle Design, just a few more in here. Are we aggregating the amount of jobs created in the private sector with some of these contractors? And if we're not doing that, what tools and resources do you need for us to start to get a better idea of how county contracts, county master plans like this are a major part of our region's economic development? I've been thinking about how we can do this. I don't know the answer. I don't know if we've ever done it, but I mean, we approve agreements like this every single Board of Supervisors meeting, and on top of our incredible 7,000 county employees and the work they do year to year, day to day, month to month, I would like to start looking for a way to look at how many jobs have been created by these contracts.
Chair Allen, Supervisor Connor, thank you very much. I think I don't believe we do that at this point, and I think that's a great suggestion, and we will see how we can provide a note up to date and then to continue to add that to every one of these items as they come before the board. Thank you.
Chair Allen.
Supervisor Scott?
Ms. Lesher, if memory serves, we were also leasing some property for, I think, both the recorder and elections to deal with some of those space issues that hopefully will be taken care of by the purchase of the Drexel facility. So are we able to get out of those leases?
Chair Allen and Supervisor Scott, we did bring back to the board not long ago, we broke out of one of the leases. We had leased an additional facility for the recorder, and we are not continuing with that as we make the move. The specifics of the lease with the elections department, I'm not familiar with that right now. I'm seeing if someone else might have it, or we're happy to report back to the board.
Thank you very much.
All right. We are going to vote on this item. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. The items that we have remaining on the addendum, items 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12, are all appointments. My colleagues will go with me. I'm suggesting that we lump them together.
Second.
Make the motion to lump.
If you'd like, that's a motion.
Seconded by Vice Chair Hines. Discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes 5-0. And that is all the items on the agenda. We are adjourned.